Oh, good evening, guys. Welcome to the Realms of Rivals. And before we jump into anything, a really happy new year to each and every one of you. And yes, this tournament is being brought to you by HNT Esports India in the MOBA 5F category, with the production partner being Nexpulse. Nexpulse, yes, sorry for the bad pronunciation, but nonetheless, this tournament is being sponsored by none other than Vista themselves. And in the caster decks, it's your homeboy Jeff. Coming alongside me, we have none other than Sarah. For some reason, her name is set to Sebastian. Oh, it's changed now. Oh, but anyways, hello, Sarah.
Hello, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a new year and a new set of amazing tournaments that are coming our way. And this might just be one of those first ones that we will be witnessing tonight, Jeff. So, how excited are you?
Oh man, I'm absolutely excited with this tournament, the Realms of Rival, introducing a really unique feature of their own, a really unique system, I'll be honest. The Forge and Rift system, where the Forge determines the amount of wins that a team have accumulated, where the Rift decides how many losses have a team actually gotten up. Usually, Sarah, how the system works is usually when there is a normal win with no losses to the names, they usually get two Forge points on the names, and whenever they actually lose more than two games, they get a rift, and after they have lost two rifts, they are only able to gain one forge points. This is so that they are not able to ultimately recover their way to the top. And for qualifying to the semifinals, all they need to do is get three rift points, or not three rift points, but five forge points. And if they are unlucky, they will be eliminated by getting three rifts, which is meaning that they have lost three games. But in tonight's matches, we have none other than Team Megatron C3M versus Team Joe Blinders. So, Sarah, are you excited about this new Rift and Forge system?
Definitely, I am. And in fact, the teams into the first game, too, are one of those, like actually two of those teams who have been seen in the community for quite some time. And maybe this will be one of those stepping stones for them through which they try to make a name for themselves. Megatron just released their new lineup at the beginning of the new year, and this is going to be one of their first games as a full lineup, while Joe Blinders too will also be one of those underdogs who are participating in one of the best tournaments so far.
Oh man, Megatron with the new lineup and Joe Blinders with a really rising name, not a rising name, but I've been seeing them in a few tournaments here and there, but I haven't been seeing them rise up that greatly here. But I expect them to be showing off their gameplay really perfectly this time. But with Megatron having their players showcase their jerseys as well, while Team Joe Blinders, they would rather prefer being really hidden right now, I think.
Anonymous would be the word, I think. And honestly, it's okay for an underdog team to prefer that way of participating against a team like Megatron, I believe. But C3M, they will definitely be doing their best into this draft, and the draft has already begun. It's also a new patch that we will be witnessing, so we'll have to see what they decide to take out first. Yuzhong is one of the priority bans right now, alongside the Hilda, the Grok, the Yves, as well as the Jushin. What do you think?
I mean, with the Hilda being a really aggressive initiator, being the disruptor in the jungle area as well, perfect invader to be honest. She deserves to have a spot in that ban list as well. But from the side of 3 Megatron C3M, they have already banned off that Bhaktya here, which is a really perfect hero with that inbuilt life bane of his, giving him a really perfect edge when it comes towards fighting in a one-on-one scenario, or even in some objective fights here. For some reason, his dashing skill, the same skill of his, works out wonders in stealing objectives, though he does fall out a lot weaker in some scenarios. But with a good team, with a good lineup, he can actually perform really perfectly here. But from the side of Team Joe Blinders here, I think that they have missed out on a ban here.
Actually, they have. I do think it'll show up in a bit, I believe. Just a little bit of technical glitch there, hopefully. But if they did miss it out, yeah, they didn't. It's fine.
Oh,
It's
they
the
didn't. Okay.
Lapu. Good enough. Lapu is also a very justified ban. I do feel like we should be seeing the Yuzhong ban sooner or later, as well as possibly a Kalia ban just for Super M. Maybe that's a possibility. But then again, the Yves, the Hilda, the Grok, those are the heroes which I feel like should be taken out, like should not be given away to the enemy at all costs.
Exactly. The Eve being a really perfect not an initiator technically, but she's a really strong poker in a lot of fights here, which gives the team, whenever there is an objective fight, he manages to actually dish out a lot of those poking damage, and the HP of their opponents does drop off, which gives their team initially a really perfect opportunity to go ahead and dominate the fights really perfectly here because of the HP advantage that they will be having. While from the side of Team Blinders here, they actually have banned out a Sora here, a really perfect man. If you don't want to play the new hero, you'd rather ban it out, and that is a perfect opportunity as well because nobody wants to face a Sora right now because of his really newly built-in skills. It's really hard to be predicting what he could be banned, what can be countering him out right now. But from the side of Team Megatron C3M here, they have banned out a Yuzong like Sarah have been mentioning out, a perfect hero for the backline hunting with the Black Dragon form and his Sha Essence just being Sha Residue, just being really, really big of a menace here, just poking skills from him. And the more HP you have, the more he will be draining out your lifespan. So that is a perfect hero to be in the ban list, especially if you don't want to face him off. But initially, that will leave out a really limited amount of heroes in the EXP lane right now as well. But from the side of Team Joe Blinders here, they have banned out Xbox as well, a really strong hero when it comes towards dealing out a lot of those front lines here. He can just melt them out, which is a perfect hero to be banned out, especially knowing that you have the second pick and them instantly locking on towards his Esmeralda as well, a perfect hero in the late game. But from the side of Team Joe Blinder, Shara, what are your thoughts? What should be the pick out here?
They could go in for the Yves still. They could lock in onto a Lunox and a Kalia combo. They still have the CC and the Garot Kacha left open. So that's quite a lot of options still open for the side of Team Joe Blinders to pick up here. Even the Grok is open. But we'll have to see what they really decide to choose here. Will they lock in on their mid lane and roam combination? But no. Wait,
Oh,
what?
wait.
I think the Lapu is banned, right?
Lapu is banned out, but the Minsita as well. Oh, wait. That's a little bit of a technical issue coming in right now, guys. Don't worry
Yeah.
about it. It'll be fixed in a few minutes. But yeah, it's quite confusing right now as what we are watching. It's somewhat of a really big of a magic happening. Being in a ban list as well, being in a pick list. That's usually not what MLBB lets that happen, but meh, fair enough, I guess. But anyways, if we are watching on towards that Minsita as well, King's Call does work out really wonders, but against the Esmeralda in the late game, are you sure that he will be melt down that shield, the amount of shield that Esmeralda will be producing out there?
He can melt it down, but the thing is that he doesn't have any kind of sustain for himself if he decides to go in for the corrosion, skate the DHS as well as the golden staff together. He'll be one very squishy EXP laner, I'll tell you. But the thing is that they could have gone in for something completely else. They could have just secured the Lunox for themselves, maybe take down the Kalia and just go in for the pickoffs along with the Chaos Assault coming in from the Lunox at the same time. But that's the thing. It's a bit difficult right now to say what they want here. While the side of Megaton Street 3M, I think they have a very good option of picking up the Kacha or the Grok for themselves, along with the Yves, if Team Joe Blinders do not pick it up for themselves.
Ooh, the Yi combined with a Grok here, that's a really deadly combo in my opinion, especially knowing that there is going to be a perfect zoning capability that will be coming out from them, as well as a team fight potential that they will be having around, because they would not want to fight outside the RWM, but rather they would revolve the fight inside that RWM as well. But in the side of Team CPM, they have actually picked out that Yi Shin as well, combined with a Gatot Kacha here. So they already have two of their protectors combined with a perfect late game hero as well as the mid game. If he gets those items really early on, then he can proceed on towards the mid game dominance as well. But for the early game, he needs to make sure that he will get all the objectives that he can. And for the side of team Joe Blinders here, they've actually picked up a Gatot Kacha, not a Gatot Kacha, but a Grok combined with a Kimi here. But for some reason, I'm not liking a fit on towards that Minsita here, because though the King's Calling can be a really big of a disruptor when it comes towards the team fights here, but usually he would not be winning on towards his own micro gameplay here because he will be taken down pretty easily. And wait, oh, that's a Nathan here. Okay, it took me a second to understand what that is, but that's a Nathan out there, Sarah.
Exactly, that's a good pick. I mean, that's a good ban, I would say, in a way. But then again, Megatron's Heat 3M, they have already got two magic damage dealers, so they would technically be avoiding that magic damage towards their goal lane as well. Maybe that's a personal choice or something, but then again, we'll have to see how that one works out, because for the bans now, it's going to be a Mortis from the side of MC3M, and quite possibly we should be seeing a Lunox or an Eve ban coming in from the side of Joe Blinders if they do decide to take out a mid laner, or maybe the Granger on towards the EXP lane, sorry, the goal lane, that's a possibility. While the side of MC3M, I think they will just be targeting another fighter.
The side of team C3M, that's a really perfect thing because the side of team Joe Blinders here, they've already picked off their mage, so there's no point of banning any mages right now because if they feel like the side of team Joe Blinders have a lot of tanky comp coming in onto their hands, they can pick off a Esmeralda, not Esmeralda, but they can pick off a Lunox here, or even better, they can pick off a Leaf and can actually play around the fight pretty perfectly here. And Lunox is already banned out. Okay, my bad on that. Not from the side of team Joe Blinders. They went in for a securance on their own, banned off that Lunox here, but for the fact that they have not banned out the Eve right now, if they pick off even more of tanky heroes on their comp here right now, they will not be able to withstand the amount of crowd control that will be coming in from the side of team C3M right now because they have a Minsita. He is not able to sustain enough amount of fights that he can actually proceed on to because he will be melted down after he releases his king calls, though that can be a little big of a trouble, but in a lot of scenarios he won't be able to do much of those fights here. And from the Grok here, though he can be a really big of a threater, it will not be that engageable right now because though his tectonic charge can be a really big of a AoE area here, but in a lot of scenarios, how often do you see a tectonic charge being connected all on towards the five people here? There's practically none in the composition. And yes, from the side of team C3M here, they have picked off a Gatotkacha as well. So if they feel like they are threatened right now, that AOG can be a escape skill as well as a really lethal setter as well. And from the Ching Starfall Knight, we can't ignore the fact that she can actually dive onto as a backline and can isolate the opponents from isolate the members on the side of team Joe Blinders here. And a Bane being a cherry on top, not having enough sustainability from the side of team Joe Blinders already. And I'm expecting a Bane on towards the gold lane or maybe in the jungle here right now. But from the side of Team Megatron C3M here, they have a really strong poke and a team fight combo as well because they have a Zushin, they have a Yishin Jin as well as Ruby now. So our backliners are going to be having really easy foods right now as well as objectives. And for the zoning comp, they already have not super im, but they already have a Ruby as well as a Gatotkacha. So when it comes towards the backline hunting from the side of team Joe Blinders here, they won't be able to do it at all because the CC coming in from the side of team C3M here, they are way too strong right now.
That's the thing, right? Like, you pick up a Yisenshin into the jungle, and it is quite obvious that it's going to be a double fighter com on the EXP plus the
Mm,
gold lane. Along with the Jushin and the Garutkata, that's going to be a lot of knockups and taunts coming your way. So Joe Blinders definitely needs to watch out for that. The only hope that they might have is if the Mincetar goes in towards the EXP and the Bane goes in for the gold and goes for that full burst the full burst draft with the Holy
mm.
Crystal coming in early on along with the Sky Piercer, maybe. The Kimi as well, if she scales well enough and is not targeted down by the Yisun Shin or the Mana Chakra every single time, she might be able to deal some damage into the team fight. But it is also going to depend onto the Grok's setups every single time.
Exactly. The Grok is going to be the main setter from the side of Team Joe Blinders here, and combining it with the King's Calling, that's the only way that they will have a perfect comp here. And the Attraction Pulse can be somewhat of a troublesome scenario here, but from the side of Team C3M right now, they have a really vast amount of what can I say? They have a really vast amount of fight that they have right now, and with the amount of CC that they have, the amount of fight they have perfectly gone in for a team fight comp here and a protection comp as well. So the backlines can be protected and they won't be taken down that easily as well as going for those clean fights right now. But with this startup, we are already in the land of Zone. You guys are watching the Realms of Rivals being brought to you by H and yep, I kind of forgot it, but never mind on towards that. It is going to be a really perfect tournament that we are watching here, Sarah, as it is a really vast tournament that we are watching on. We have already came in way through ahead right now in HNC Esports. They have brought in a MOBA 5F category as well. But with this, the mic is all yours, Sarah.
Of course, and like we said, you can see the early pressure already coming in from the side of MC3M. Jushin has an amazing amount of mid control, and Garukacha is already providing quite a lot of space to that Jushin to actually do what she does best. Even on towards the goal, the lane freeze is going to be coming in from the side of Ruby, while Esmeralda will be winning the lane pretty easily against the Mincetar as long as she doesn't get caught into the skill too.
Exactly, but wait, we can already see a fight. No, it's only going to be a taunt, and Gatot already has the red buff here, and almost a first blood that can be come in. But oh, Sarah, look at that. Ooh, I thought that there is going to be a first blood finally coming in, but the Mountain Shark missing out right now. There's going to be a really lethal thing that is coming in right now. But from the side of Team C3M, the Megatron C3M, they are actually going in for a lot of those aggressive battles out here, which is giving them a really perfect upper hand right now. With Alpha still being in the level 3 mark, they are not able to dish out much pressure right now. And this is what I'm saying. The side of Team Megatron C3M, they have a perfect poking, teamfight as well as protection comp on their hands here with Zushin, providing a lot of zones on towards them and the first turtle as well falling on towards their hands. So this is the perfect opportunity that the side of Team C3M here that they can actually go ahead and harass. They can just harass everything out of the side of Team C3M here, and a perfect snowballing capability as well coming out of them, because every single creep there we are witnessing right now, it is being stolen out by the side of Team Megatron C3M.
It's actually funny to see a Garatkacha steal away a red, that too from an
Oh man.
alpha, because yeah, look at
Oh,
that, look at the deadly catch coming in along the spear of alpha onto the bot side. The arm offended will also be used up a bit defensively, but the spell vamp coming in from the Festival of Blood onto the on Ruby's emblem would be enough to save her life there. But this is also kind of showing that there isn't enough burst damage coming in from the side of Joe Blinders, because currently, if you see the goal lead, it is tilting towards the hand of C3M.
exactly, the goal lead being absolutely in the hands of Team C3M, with Esmeralda just running around, not having much of hassles here, knowing that she can withstand the amount of damage is being dished out on towards her without any harm here. But with that, the King's Calling will already be here.
And we can see the engages coming in, the
Ooh,
King's Calling, the Spear of Alpha, everything will be baited out by the Esmeralda Zeni, and now he will be running away. But onto the bot side though, one onto the God of Kata, but that's all that Team Joe Blinders would be getting, because Zany right here is doing a 1v4 and sustaining every single thing. There's no
wait,
present
look at
TF,
her.
he might make it out alive, but not anymore.
No.
That last hook was the final straw for Team Joe Blinders as they finally managed to secure that kill.
Being such a menace straight off the early game is a perfect sample of being the dominant team here right now. Just imagine four people trying their best to take you down, but still you are taking a hefty amount of skills before you were taken down. And with that already on towards the backline, we can see the Lantern's Blessing comes in, might be seeing the fight though. Oh, she will be executed
Yeah.
instead. But yeah, like we were mentioning about here, two kills already on the hands of Team Joe Blinders here. Even with such an orthodox amount of pick that they have right now, it is still looking really well for them. But with that, look at that, Sarah.
Manu Chakra is going to hit Ramsey there, but the Grok's Tectonic Charge would be enough to stop them in their tracks. Alpha trying to go in with Spear of Alpha, but Yisun Shin will not be escaping the King's Calling this time around. Gets caught into the hook, the AOG lands onto 3. That's a perfect taunt coming in by Super Imp, but is it going to be enough to help them sustain? It's not. The Deadly Catch will finish him off. Pain is finally getting that little bit of the power spike after picking up on the Blood Wings, but now Anuna will be able to escape from an evident death just because of no anti-heal being present in the hands of Jushin right now. Dodges the hook coming in from Alex,
Oh,
and now they are trying to run, uses up the Crimson
no.
Beacon, and the Lantern Flare will not be able to secure the kill, but he will be the one falling prey instead.
That was a perfect chance to be taken down that Alex here, but he managed to survive out with a slimmer of HP remaining, and in return took down Godfather Haney instead, and that is a perfect opportunity that we're seeing. But oh, on towards the bot lane though.
Can see a bit of a skirmish, but
Ah.
Ruby will be the one securing that kill this time around. Not the worst of trades, I would say. In fact, it is quite good for C3M because currently they are lacking behind by 4 kills. Even though the goal lead is in their hands, so that's a bit ironical, I would say, because objective-wise, both teams are same at the moment. Kill-wise, Joe Blinders is leading, but again, farm-wise, it's Team C3M who are ahead.
Exactly, 600 goal lead still on the hands of Team Joe, not Joe Binders, but the side of Team Megatron. C3M here, but on towards the top lane. A Tron, the instant came in, baiting out the AOG with the flicker as well being wasted down on towards that third. But the save them sorry right now, but the fight is shifting on towards the bot lane right now as you're witnessing, Sarah.
Yep, we can see the Grok being knocked up this time around. It goes in for the
Oh,
tectonic charge, will find three. The deadly catch knocks up two. The flicker and the armor fended right under the turret. But Ruby is very low
oh.
here. Kimmy should be able to secure it quite easily. You will do that right away. Now the turret onto the bot side is very vulnerable for Joe Blinders to pick up. But I'm expensive onto the mid will be taken now, the most important of them all. The tier 1 will be secured. Falling Star Moon comes in from Zenny, has to figure out the situation. The Mountain Shocker, it's not going to be enough to take down Ramsey.
Ramsey managed to survive out there with little, not even any HP visible on towards his name right now, but he still manages to make it out alive. And that is a perfect way of showing that you guys are playing the right cards right now. But even though you guys won the bot lane fight here, your mid lane first here was taken down, and oh wait, King's Call.
Definitely can see the killing spree come in along with the tectonic charge again right under that King's calling AoE, the perfect AoE coming in from the side of Team Joe Blinders. That's going to be a wipeout for them. One of the biggest upsets that we have seen so far into this match. A 313 scoreboard. Now even the goal lead in favor of Team Joe Blinders as they will be moving forward for last turtle of this game. The Lord, their very next target. The turrets have been equalized onto the mid and one gained onto the bot side, Jeff.
Exactly, one turret being gained onto the bot lane as well as the middle lane tier being equalized right now. That is a perfect way of making sure that you guys are securing the game on towards your hands right now. And with the side of team Joe Binders here, they are making sure that even though they have a Minsata here, but oh wait, he's getting targeted down right now as it's going to be a 3v1 fight. Oh, he still gets there with the King's Calling.
King's Calling under the turret itself along with the flicker will find a kill onto the jungler for the side of C3M. So that's one heck of a trade-off. A massive engage onto Minstar. Exactly, a Minstar.
This guy is
three people. Wow.
exactly, and that too from a mixed combination of team with Megatron and Team C3 Meraki. These teams are leading in the leaderboards right now, but yet they are being dominated by a Minsita. That is a perfect way of showing that your comfort hero can destroy anyone out there right now. But yes, make sure that your macro and your micro are equalized right now. But anyways, on towards that. As on towards the fight here, the side of Team C3M and Megatron, they are not able to do a lot right now because of the pressure being built up by the King's Calling, not letting them dash around with the follow-up of Deadly Catch and the Tectonic Charge, with not a cherry on top, but a perfect deadly hunt coming in from that from the attraction pulse, just making a perfect clean set for the whole team to be coming in, and with the perfect set from the Spirit of Alpha, making sure that the true damage will be through and out and will be securing any kills out there. But oh, Zenny 4v1 once again, but will be forced to be flickering out right now, but top lane is in danger.
Danger indeed, but the Grok will be the only casualty possibly, but
no.
He survives again with 1 HP. Jushin trying to chase him down right till the inhibitor, but he is still going to make it out alive. This does mean that a lot of resources have been used up by the side of C3M and they will be a little bit vulnerable for the next 30 seconds. And the Lord is up and it will be a very deciding factor into this game. Whoever makes the first mistake of falling prey to that Lord fight will be the team losing out on this one.
Exactly. Whoever loses this fight is going to be causing a really heavy amount of economy gap that they will be having on towards this Lord as well right now. But as we are witnessing the side of Team Megatron C3M, they are not able to defend their main damage dealers, as that is giving the side of Team Joe Blinders a really perfect opportunity to come ahead and make a comeback here. But oh wait, Grok caught off.
And now he is going to be fighting it out with his life, but Anuna will be getting that monster kill this time around. Esmeralda chasing down Ramsey onto the backside. Will be here for the backup along with Jushin getting that kill onto RTA as well as Ramsey this time around will find the double. Now the triple on Ryzeni, and Anuna will be the only survivor. Can he recall this time? Or is he going to be taken down? The anti-heals are working
Indeed.
finally, and he will be shut down by Haney this time around. The Lord, all in favor of MC3M.
Exactly. Out of three MC3M, they are making sure that their late game comp, their protection comp is working on towards the mid to late game part here, and they are absolutely doing the favor on towards that Yushin as well because he has gotten his items up. Even though he might be in 3 deaths right now, he is still making sure that those items, once he gets those items, he will be a menace when it comes towards the fight as well. And 12 minutes almost up here, and the Holy Grails will be taken out. So that is a perfect time to be taking down the Lord as well, as the 12th will already be out there and they won't be able to do much right now. But oh, King's Call.
Gets the fight in, but it is going to be Ruby who is a casualty. Grog gets knocked out of that inhibitor zone. The traction pulse was enough to catch them, but they will back off safely. The Lord is charging down the bottom lane, and they need to watch out and not give away even a single member before the Lord has been completely defended. Jushin, though, is doing wonders at defending. AOJ comes in onto the backside, will get the taunt onto Kimmy, but Tectonic charge as
Ooh,
in
batting
a
lead.
clutch, and will be able to save Kimmy's life as the Lord will be taking down the inhibitor, but this time
Out there. And I'm wondering, how many holy crystals has he made up right now? Because usually you need around 2 to 3 holy crystals to be making sure that you will get the amount of HP that he has gotten here right now, which is almost 14k. But yes, nonetheless, right now, as the side of team MC3, they are not able to do much right now because of the amount of pressure being built up from the side of team Joe Blinders here. Though they might have won in the amount of macro that they have right now on towards the third areas here. But when it comes towards the equal team fights here, the side of team Joe Blinders, they are making sure that the side of team MC3M, they are not able to make it out that impressively as they usually do here. And that is being a really perfect opportunity for the side of Team Joe Blinders to be equalizing the turrets as well, because we have already seen them doing the same when it came towards the when it came to mid lane being destroyed on towards the side here. They took a fight on the mid lane, they equalized the mid lane turret, and they took an extra turret on the bot lane as well. But this time they have paid up a really hefty price of the inhibitor as well as the second tier from both the lanes, from both the top and the mid lane being destroyed out here. So they are being pushed behind a lot right now, with a lot of jungle area from their own side being cleared out for the side of team MC3M to be just making a set out of that bushes out as well, because the map is already broken walls. The rotation is going to be really perfect out. They will be able to take a really easy amount of shortcuts, and giving out the sets is not going to be that big of a problem here. And with the amount of coordination that the side of team Joe Blinders have right now, they need to make sure that the ambush would be the only option right now. But oh wait, Zenny might be in trouble. Not for now, as she will be running out.
that's the power of an Esmeralda, because she is just one of those heroes who can zone you so well while also sustain every single ounce of damage that's coming onto her. And guess what? That's actually enables E3M to take down the second lord of the game as well. So that is going to be a major advantage for them as they push forward this time around. And the only mistake they need to avoid is to avoid getting caught or taken down by any of the burst damages coming in from the side of Team Joe Blinders. And they have been doing quite well so far, but as we speak, a mistake has been made, and 2 people will be taken down by the side of Joe Blinders. That's going to be one more defense coming in from them.
An absolute mistake being made up by the side of team MC3M right now. They were not able to have the amount of patience before the Lord fight came in, and the Lord is not even in the inhibitor area here. But with that, it is going to be Anuna who will be shut down finally.
Done, but it's still not over though. The deadly catch comes in. Yishin has to run away from there. Ruby is taking in a lot of damage from the Kimmy, and the Queenswind's passive will be used up as well. The Lord, though, it has been successfully defended with 2 inhibitors still standing, but they still need to defend the top inhibitor. The minions are charging in, but they just don't realize it. So that's literally giving away a free inhibitor. So that's one major blunder, don't you think, Jeff?
Exactly, they've already given out a free inhibitor onto the top lane with the minions, and if you're looking on towards the items here, Bane instantly completing his Blood Wings, yeah, the Blood Wings on towards the first item here. Combined with that, it was a Holy Crystal being made up with the Thunder Turchin and a Glowing Wand, combining it with a Divine Glaive right now. So his burst damage is going to be even crazier right now, and he can take down the backline. It's pretty easily right now, but with that, the King's Calling already comes in, catches Ruby. She will be taken down this time without any mercy being left on towards her name, and with that, it's going to be the side out team. Joe Blinders having equal fight here, but with that Super Aim, look at that, Sarah.
Amy's positioning a little too wrong, but this time around she will be the one falling. Bane dealing quite some damage as much as possible. Anuna as well, chunking them down, especially because of the BOD being in his hands with Zany here. Again, playing the 1v3 game because there isn't enough burst damage yet unless and until Anuna gets his ultimate online. And he will be using it up to get Jushin out of the map, out of the land of Dawn for this game for the next 50 seconds. And along with that, that's two inhibitors gone, the third one standing at half HP, but they are still not gaining any kind of dominance on the map despite having that many kills advantage.
Exactly. I mean, this is what happens when you don't have a perfect engager on towards your side here. Though you can stall it out, wait for your opponents to make a little blunder, not a little blunder, but a really crazy blunder, which will get them wiped out. And that's the only opportunity you will be having in order to push it out. And that is usually a typical rank game comp that you have, or a typical rank game mindset that you have, which is not a good sign here because you need to make sure that you have the opportunity on towards your hands in order to end the game as soon as possible here. And with the amount of blunders being made up by the side of teams MC3M here, they are still standing off right now because of the amount of what can I say, because of the amount of pressure that they still have on towards the side, because the frontliners are way too defensive right now. They are way too chunky to be taken down that easily. Even though the side of team Joe Blinders, they have a crazy amount of burst damage that they have, the amount of what can I say, the amount of sets that they can give out with that King's Calling as well as the Tectonic Charge here. They are not able to play on towards that cards pretty decently right now. But as the game progresses, the side of team MC3M, the recall timer will be progressively getting more and more longer, which will eventually make them play the games really safely right now because it is already the third lot right now, and it is an 18-minute enhanced lot that is coming up right now, and it is going to be a really hard lot to be defended. So this time they are making sure that they will be playing their cards really safely right now and engage only when the Lord is in the premises of that Nexus right now. And with that, it's going to be the Lord marching on the top lane, Sarah.
Lord marching down, the AOG will be used up as well, but that is going to be another King's Calling being used up right under that mid inhibitor, which will be taken down instantaneously. Anuna gets the mega kill onto Super M, will be using up the Spear of Alpha, but now he's low, he needs to back off. Esmeralda will be getting the Falling Star Moon onto 4. Now they have to back off into the base. The Lord is very low here. Might just be taken down this time around. But Jushin finds the kill onto Alex. No more King's Calling to be played. But Anuna will still find the I am unstoppable onto the Yisun Shin, and they are still sustaining everything, but the immortality will be taken down. Jushin doesn't have any HP, but will get the shutdown onto the Alpha. The base is wide open for the side of Megatron C3M to take down for themselves.
Exactly. The side out team MC3M, man, they are combining squads and it's hard for me to pronounce. But yeah, anyways, the side out team MC3M, they have gotten Forge on their hands here. And the side out team Joe Binders, they have been pushed down with one loss to the name, which will be giving them an edge right now because if they lose one more round next time, they will be at 2 losses, and coming back from that is going to be really hard because you will only be gaining one forge after you have gained 2 relics here. And yes, with this, it's going to be the end of the first game, but the amount of crazy, what can I say, the amount of crazy scenarios that we've seen from the side of Team Joe Binders, we can't ignore the fact that the King's Calling actually made a 3 versus 1 play, and he came out taking down one person and he managed to survive as well. So that is the amount of crazy micro that he had on towards that hero here, and as well as making sure that his macro and his team fight comp will always, not the comp, but his team fight positioning will also always be at the peakest side here, because whenever there was a fight, he was there and not letting anyone from the side of teams MC3M dash around with the King's Calling and his hook being at an A level target as well. He was not letting anyone escape out of his grasp that easily here. And with the follow up from the Tectonic Charge, that was a crazy amount of massive CC that we saw as well. And the Kimi, we can't ignore the fact that the Kimi dished out a lot of those damages as well with that basic attack and that enhanced basic attack as well, and the second skill immobilize. That was just a cherry on top for giving even perfect sets for the heroes here. And despite the fact that they had such a big comp, they were not able to make it to the winner stage here because they had a little blunder on the comp here. They were not able to go in for those initiative fights here, though they had a perfect micro on their hands. They did not have the comp like the side of team MC3M had, because they had the perfect protector, they had the perfect late game hero, they had the perfect amount of poking that they had from the Zushin here. She was ditching, she was just poking out the EHPs out one after another, and with the Yishin Shin coming in, just cleaning out that low HP heroes, that was a perfect cherry on top. And whenever they felt like they are threatened on that fight, the frontliners were always there. The Gatot Kacha, the Esmeralda, they were always ready to jump in for the fight, and if needed, the perfect sets that came in from that Ruby's I Am Offended, that was just the ending peak onto us that Lord fight as well, as we witnessed. They ended the fight here. But what do you think about the fight here, Sarah, on towards the last that we witnessed?
It's just the fact that I told you they have the damage, Team Joe Blinders, but what they don't have is the sustain. That's exactly what they lacked. And Grok alone, he can't do so much because the enemy has like three tanks in front of you, as well as a Yusun Shen and a Jushin who are a constant DPS here. There's no burst on them. They keep dealing the same amount of damage for minutes and minutes and minutes on end for however long the team fight lasts. And I think that's why towards the late game, Team Joe Blinders just couldn't sustain anymore, and that's what went a little bit wrong for them. But otherwise, the amount of competition that they put up to a well experienced team while being a new team themselves, I think that is very commendable of them. But Jeff, I think that's going to be it for game number one, and we should be moving to game number two very soon.
Oh, I don't think so, Sarah, because MVP moments, not the MVP moment, but MVP highlights are still left out here because we still don't know who the MVP is, and we still don't have the stats out there right now, Sarah. And from your predictions, come on, give out the name. Who do you think is the MVP of this match?
I do think it is going to be the Esmeralda. Like, definitely the way he was playing every single time. I think that's what changed a lot of things for, the side of Team MC3M. The zone coming in, the way that Easton was able to farm away to glory, take down the Lord, take down the neutral objectives, while Zany alone was doing a 1v4 every single time. I think, yeah, he is going to be the MVP.
I have the same thoughts here because Esmeralda, the way she was zoning out, the way she was sustaining the damage, and she was reflecting the damages as well. Though she was not able to play out that amazingly against Minsata here, she was still able to play really amazingly when it came towards the fight out here. And that was a really interesting part that we need to point out as well, because the amount of sustainability that she was doing when it came towards the fight, though she was caught off, and only when it was a 4v1 fight or a 4v2 fight was she taken down. And without those, she was a really crazy monster out there just running around regardless of whoever tried to hit her down here. And that was already a really plus point for the team here, knowing that they have a perfect front line who is not going to be taken down that easily here. Though the Minseta was able to melt her down, that was also only after her first kill was, or yeah, that was only when her first kill was at a CC sustainable, or not in a CC sustainable, but when her first kill was at a CD mark here, and he got that perfect King's mark here. So that was the only option that Minsita had when it came towards taking down Esmeralda. Otherwise, she was always just running around and fighting off. So that was that is a really perfect note to be taken down when it comes towards the MVP person here. But then again, there is also a perfect contender who can be, maybe it's going to be the Zushin here, because the way that she was poking out, the way she was actually ditching out the damages here, she was giving out the Lantern's blessing power, picking off the opponents, picking off the members from Joe Blinders and throwing them around. That can also be pointed out as an MVP here. But what are your thoughts, Sarah? Do you think that there is any way that Zushin would be the MVP here.
Quite a possibility because towards the end, those Skypias really were a good advantage for her to, gain some of those kills. And the KDA would be looking really good for her right there. That it's probably a pretty good KD as far as I remember. So, you know what? In this game, KD matters a lot. So, of course, she could also steal away the MVP, but technically, mechanics and macro wise, it's any. But let's see.
You got it right. It's definitely going to be Zenny. And wait, why does Zenny have a dagger combined? I mean, Stallium side does work out on her, but dagger?
I
Was she
mean,
plan?
I
Was
think
it?
it was just to
Uh-huh.
get the base towards the end, though.
I mean, it is not even a dagger. It's a sword. It's not even a dagger. It's a small sword that he has around there. And I think that he was planning to make out a little sword. I mean, he was probably trying to make out a rose gold for the extra shield here, but his KD out here 449 with gold per minute is going to be not gold per minute, but it's overall gold. He has 13k gold on towards his name with 30% KP. So that is a really crazy amount of what can I say stats that he has right now, and with the fact that he was able to just run around the whole map, being no, I mean, what can I say? He just had no care of anyone he was up against. Right off the early game, like we witnessed, Sada, his 4v1 fight that he had, and only did he made a slight movement mistake was he caught off and was shut down there. Otherwise, he was able to be running around and almost kept out that clutch moment as well.
That's what. And like we mentioned, there's a lot of reasons why Esmeralda does get the MVP in this one. But we do have to mention the Jushin as well, and even Super M in a way because he didn't really get that many sets correct, but whatever he did get, I think it was very worth it and could be called some of those clutch plays. So of course he did a good job. Yisenshin kept the farm up for the entire team. So technically all five of them played really well. But Zaini, being Zaini, secured that MVP for himself.
Exactly. Zenny was able to secure that MVP for himself, and that is already a really perfect match that we saw in the first game. Though the other team was absolutely dominating in the team fight, but this is the fun of MOBA 5v5. This is the game where macro wins over the little things that you guys have. Even though you are winning the fights, even though you are winning the amount of what can I say? Even though you are dominating the whole map here, even though you are dominating the fun of the matches, if you are missing on towards that main macro, which is taking down the turrets, you will not be able to win out this match. And this is the perfect thing that the side of team MC3M, the Megatron C3M, actually played for themselves. And they were able to take down the objectives one after another, making sure that the map difference, the map control will be on towards their side. And they were absolutely able to dominate the whole entire area that they had towards themselves.
That's what. And we will be able to see the results pretty soon as well. And if we take a look at it, Jeff, look at that. We can see some amazing, the drops
Hmm.
are a little off, I feel like, but
Why
then
do we see
again,
bans instead of picks here?
exactly. We can see the bands instead of the picks. But it's okay. We know what the heroes were, and as far as we can see the KDAs, technically it's all right. And even the kills would be reversed, I believe. But then again, it'll be fixed. Little minor technical glitches, guys. We excuse because today is just day one. And you know what? We'll see better things in the future stream. So don't worry about it.
Definitely, you don't need to worry about anything as things will eventually get better one after another. But yeah, nonetheless, right now, Sarah, this was the first game that we witnessed out here, and this was already a really crazy match that we saw. Though the other, I'll just say it once again. I'll just say it once again. Though the first game was dominating, absolutely dominating, the other team, they had the macro towards their hands and they were able to win it out. But with this, Sarah, why don't you go ahead and us off for the first game as we take a short break for the second game?
Exactly. We will be taking a break, and game number two, we will get it set up right up for you.
And welcome back, guys, to the Realms of Rivals being brought to you by HNT Esports. In this, we are going to be watching the Mobile Legends 5v5 category. And yes, the production partner is none other than Nextpulse, and the tournament is being sponsored by none other than Vista themselves. So yes, this tournament is all set for everything that is being done right now. In the caster stakes, it's your homeboy Jeff coming alongside me. We have Sara. On the first game, we have witnessed some really crazy reverse gameplay that we have seen. On the other side, we saw the side of Team Joe Blinders absolutely dominating the team fights, but for the win, it was the side of Team MC3M here who took the victory for themselves. But this time, we are going to be witnessing the game between Team Shadow Esports, one of the most rising names that we are talking about. On the other side, we have Team Snowflake Esports. So, Sarah, how are you feeling about the game here now?
Amazingly excited, as we mentioned in game number one as well, Jeff, because we saw that team MC3M, they faced a real tough time against a rising underdog team, Joe Blinders, and they almost won it out. But in fact, it was MC3M who had to pull off a reverse comeback, that too in a best of one, which is a very risky move indeed. But this time around, it is going to be between Shadow Esports and Snowflake Esports, two teams. One of them, again, a new one, and Shadow Esports, the one who have had a few lineup changes here and there. But we do think that this new one might just be a ray of sunshine for them, because the players right now, they are all very experienced, and we will be witnessing something amazing.
Exactly. I mean, this tournament is being just giving out a lot of those really crazy vibes here right now because this is somewhat of a Swiss stage that we are talking about as well. And with the Forge and the wait, I forgot that. Forge and wait, give me a second, okay, let me just check. But yeah, this is basically a win and loss thing that we are watching of, and this is going to be the Forge and Rift system that we are talking about, where the Forge is actually about the wins and the rift is actually about the losses here. So the rift is actually being given out in the matter of two here. If you have the normal wins, if you have the normal amount of scores that you have without any rifts. I mean, the rifts usually goes after you've dropped down below or when you have two rifts, then you will actually be gaining only a single forge to your name, to your team's name. So that is to be done when you are actually at the peak of being defeated right now. And once you have gotten five forges to your teams, then you can qualify for the semifinals. While if you have gotten while you have gotten three losses to your team's name, you will eventually be eliminated from your team. So yes, you need to make sure that you ignore rift as much as you can, because the more rift you get on your team, the more chances you have of being defeated right now. But with this setup, we are already in the land of Zon, with the side of Team Shadow Esports already having the first pick and banning off a Kalia.
Kalia, indeed. We were mentioning about the Kalia ban into the first game, but this time around we will be seeing it into game number two. And Team Snowflake Esports have taken out on the Sora, and we should be seeing a Yivo or Jushin ban, the Garotkata or Grok or Hilda ban, or maybe even the Yuzhong ban coming in from the side of Shadow Esports, while they try and take away the other heroes from the side of Snowflake. And while we were talking about it, of
Yep,
course,
yep.
it's going to be the Grok getting taken out, right, Jeff?
Definitely. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, we are talking about a Grok and a Soda. I mean, like we talked in the first game as well. This is on towards the second game as well because a Sora, usually you don't want to face a new hero. Definitely because you don't know how to counter him out right now. But in a lot of scenarios when I am playing, okay, as a caster, as a analyst, whenever I do the games and stuff, I just analyze everything I do. But yeah, when it comes to a Sora, what you can do is you can pick up someone who can out sustain him, or that can just burst him down in a single amount of second and not let him get any chance of reacting. So yes, somewhat of a Lapu Lapu, or even someone, I mean, most of the heroes that are actually in the meta right now, like a Yuzong, like a Lapu Lapu, as well as a Glue, though he can give him a really aggressive amount of life steal, not even a life steal, but a really crazy amount of spell vamp onto a Sora here. But after his skills are used up, he won't be able to do much amount of damage here. So yes, a Lapu Lapu, a Thamu, not even a Thamus, but a Lapu Lapu, a Yuzong, a Glue. These three heroes can actually counter out the Sora really perfectly here. But it all depends on the timings. But this time, Sarah, look at that. A Minsita on the battle list. Is he on the meta?
New meta, new patches, we never know, Jeff, because these teams have something of their own. But look at that, we will be seeing the Yuzhong getting insta-locked by Team Shadow Esports right away now that the Minsatar is off the board, the Sora is off the board, and so is the Fredrin. He is the strongest EXP laner open in this draft. Team Snowflake could respond with an Esmeralda or a Lapu Lapu, or maybe the Garukata, the CC onto the EXP or Gold, then the Kimi for the mid, the Jushin and the Eve to the mid. There's quite a lot of options. We'll see what they pick up.
Exactly. And if you're watching from the what can I say, from the point of view of how they can actually draft it out right now, the side of the Shadow Esports, they already have a backline hunter, so that can be played out as a split comp as well. But with this, what they can do is they can go in for a lot of poking comp on their hands as well. So Azushin is still left open. They can instant lock onto Azushin here as the side of team Snowflake. They already have Valentina, not the Valentina, but the Vexana on towards the side here. But having an Xbox here, that can eventually lead to the side of Team Shadow Esports to instantly lock on towards that Joy here, because Joy can basically hard counter a Xbox Faraga armor, just melt that here, just melt that Faraga armor down right now. But for some reason, the side of Team Shadow Esports, they have went in for a really lack of CC, a really lack of, what can I say, crowd control coming in from that Xavier here. That can be a really big of a blunder for them. But his immobilization can be somewhat of a really trustworthy thing because he can dish out a lot of damage in the late game here. But when it comes to a equal competitive game here, usually Xavier is not really preferred here. And anyways, on towards that, Lemon will be on his signature here, which is going to be that Lancelot here. And from the side of team Snowflake Esports, they have insta locked onto us at Esma, onto us at Carmilla as well. So a hard combo will be here with the Curse of Blood.
I mean, those are, you know what? We see these two heroes together in ranked games every so often, the Kamala and the Vexana. It's such a proven
Definitely.
composition. You know, the burst damage is just going to be absolutely insane. And plus, add together with that the lasting insanity. And now on towards the banning phase, though we see an Obsidian, Irithel ban, and a Leslie ban. Now, that is insanely interesting, I would say. Maybe just take out the Granger as well, the Nathan or the Moskov too. But guess not, we'll be taking out a Joy this time around. I wonder why, since the Xbox is already here and Joy might not be that much of a preferred pick for the side of Snowflake. But then again, yeah, as we were talking about it, it is going to be the
Hmm.
Alucard.
The side of the Snowflake Esports. Now, if I think about it, they don't have a poke. They don't have that amount of zoning, but they have went in for a really classical rank comp on the team here right now. Because usually we see a Alucard combined with a Carmilla, Xbox, and a Vexana on towards the ranks here, rather than a lot of those fights right now. But it is what it is in the end right now, because if you are able to have the comfort onto your team here, then you can actually counter out a lot of those amazing comps as well. But from the side of team Shadow Esports here, they have picked off a Chu here, which can kind of work out at the same time, be a sabotages on towards your own team here, because usually a Chu, it's not really preferred in a competitive series right now after a lot of those other roamers being buffed out. Even the healers are being more preferred than Chu right now. But it all depends on how a Chu will be playing out here, because there is already a Xavier here you can immobilize, and maybe a Chu will come in with a Way of Dragon and Jukondo, and he can actually pick off someone really perfectly here right now with Wink instantly picking on towards that Granger here against the Moskov here. So a Granger will definitely have a really easy time in his lane for the early games here. But as the game progresses, eventually the side of Team Snowflake Esports, they will have much more amazing sets with perfect taunts, with perfect horrifying coming in from that Vexana's first skill combined with the blazing blast, not the blazing blast, but the flamethrower blast coming in from the Xbox here, combined with the last insanity and the Curse of Blood combo. We can't ignore the fact that they have a Curse of Blood coming in from that Carmilla, which can give out a perfect set. And once it is set off, the side of Team Shadow Esports, the only option they will be having is to either scatter around or maybe go in for an all-out last brawl.
That's what it is. Two very strong compositions in their own way, but book wise, like, textbook material, it
Uh-huh.
is going to be Team
Shadow Esports.
Shadow Esports who have the better draft in terms of meta and patch and whatever you want to take. But the side of Team Snowflake, they have got a very comfort and that kind of burst damage draft. But and with that, Jeff, we are into the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. We can see a little bit of early aggression coming in by both teams, and look at Lemon just go in for it and instantly secure up that first blood onto Luna.
Exactly. The side of team Shadow Esports already securing first blood on towards their hands here with the Faraga armor being instantly taken down by the Shah residue here with Ben 14 coming in for a perfect, not a perfect set, but a perfect rotation right now. But as of now, the side of team Shadow Esports, they are having a really early lead with that first blood already giving to them, and a perfect lane pressure as well being built on towards the top lane. The EXP side here not giving any chance for the Xbox to actually have the engaging opportunity for him and not having the last insanity before the first drill arises. It's going to be an even bigger of a trouble here right now. And with that, already the bot lane might be engaged right now with the punctures coming in. We might be seeing the death for Moskovs here with the Phantom Execution comes in, and he will be taken down by Wings. First kill, and it's going to be the death. And as well, we are talking Luffy, the 3v1 scenario, the reverse rotation, I would like to call it out as well, is going to be the EXP traded off for the gold laner right now. But Sarah, with this, the turtle is already here out.
Yep, Turtle here indeed, and we will be seeing a fight break out
Ooh,
pretty
Luffy
soon.
going in.
The only difference is that Alucard still isn't in the river area at
Hmm,
all, and it is only the
it's coming
roam,
out.
mid
Mhm.
laner, and EXP for the side of Snowflake, just doing that river work, zoning around, and just going about it. However, the side of Team Shadow Esports, they are also waiting it out for their jungler to arrive at the scene, and both of them do it at the same time. What we have to see is if Alucard can out retry a Lancelot, because there we go, there's the early aggression coming in from the side of Shadow Esports. They will be taking down the turtle as well as securing a kill onto Mono King. And now that Paji will be the one trying to chase down Luffy onto the backside, trying to get the charge right in. The passive is there, but Luffy will be able to survive it while Ben 14, along with the Dawning Blast, will take down the Elsborg. As we are talking about it onto the bot side, though, the gold laners are having a time of their own. So we'll have to see whether it's the Moskov who gets the upper hand or it is going to be the Granger. In general, it is usually the Granger, but there we go. Again, Arise trying to go in for a bit of an engage. Cho will miss out on the jump this time, taking in quite a lot of turret damage from the Curse of Blood as well. But he will be backing off safely this time around. And Jeff, if you're back with us, take it over. He'll be back in a bit. It's okay. But as we see over the map right now, we will be seeing a quick rotation on towards the goal lane as Camilla is present trying to mark down Xavier with the stun, but will have to back off seeing the pressure coming in from the side of Shadow Esports, and even Luna onto that Vixana needs to play it out very safe because that Lancelot has insane skills onto the puncture and will be targeting her down every single time. But as for now, we can see Wink having the better time on the goal lane along with that Granger, just securing the crabs and the minions, stacking it up for the late game because that is exactly what he needs. You do not want to take away, you know, the farm from a Granger onto that early game if you want to win a late game against a Moskov, and that is exactly what Shadow Esports is doing here. But as we progress, we can see Team SDES just taking a little bit of those objectives for themselves, along with a few kills, we believe. And look at Luna getting targeted down by Arise this time around. Will back off. Xbox will be the only casualty so far. Bad Pudgy needs to be the one to back off, but he can't. He's caught out a little too far ahead, and he will get taken down by the side of Snowflake Esports. And as we talk about it, we can see the turtle fight breaking out once again. The river flow making the members of SDAS really fast at the moment, and Mono King will be kind of left alone at that fight, and he is getting chunked down a little too much. Dodges the phantom execution, but will not dodge the evident death. Wink meanwhile finds the kill onto the Moskov, and now Arise gets the punctures right on target. Lasting Insanity has been used up, and now Xbox will be the most vulnerable one into that situation. Arise still trying to find the Thorn Rose, 1 HP, and the puncture right on target this time around will get the kill onto Xborg easily. The ultimate will be used up by Moscow right there. However, it doesn't really hit anyone, and this should be the third and easy turtle being secured by the side of SDES pretty easily. They are still trying to go in for a little bit more. They are trying to target down the turrets on the neutral objectives, while Luffy is yet to get a proper set, but he might just get one here. The Curse of Blood will land on to just one, and Moon will be the casualty for now as Arise tries to go in for more kills. Finds Goddo, finds Luffy, and he is looking for Luna as well, as Wink will be securing a solo kill onto the Moscow on towards that bot side, which means now the turrets are all his. The tier 2 has been secured on the top, and they are looking for the one onto the mid lane as well. But we can't really see Jeff around this time around. I guess he's having a bit of that technical issue. But oh my goodness, Ben 14 will be the one securing the kill onto Luna. That Terrify was completely on point onto the Lancelot. But then again, he will get taken down by the Moscow finally. The
Oh man.
Spear of Misery hitting. And now
Sorry
finally
guys.
he's back.
Sorry guys, my mic was not working, so I had to fix it out real quick. Sorry about the delay though. But yeah, anyways, Sarah, why won't you go ahead, give me a little recap, because I was really busy fixing my mic here. Oh man, it's so annoying.
That's what. It's okay. It's okay. But as we take a look at the map, complete domination coming in from the side of Shadow Esports, honestly enough. And even the goal lead is heavily in their favor, 10k goal. And technically enough, there isn't enough of a comeback potential that we can see right now from the side of Snowflake Esports, because they have only one late game hero, which is going to be the Moscow. And honestly enough, if he doesn't get space, which hasn't been getting for the past 8 minutes, he will not be able to perform as much as we would have wanted him to.
Oh man, the fact that it's only been 8 minutes and the side out team Snowflake Esports are not able to withstand the ground that perfectly as they should be right now. It's already giving a really huge dominance on the side of Team Shadow Esports right now. And with the witness that we are just having, and the things that we are just having to be witnessing here right now, that the fact that the Lord is already here, but the fight is going for an even longer stretch here. And generally, we know that the side of Team Shadow Esports are known to end the game with a single Lord here. And with the amount of map control, there is no holy grail that there is on towards the inhibitors right now, giving the side of Team Shadow Esports an even perfect opportunity to be going ahead and end off the game right now. And with that, the Black Dragon farm already being used up.
Fight will break out. The lasting insanity will be 13. Should be able to secure that kill as he does. Mono King trying to look for a little bit of something. Wink has to back off, but there we go. There's the damage from the Vexana as well. The passive is hitting quite a lot right now,
Oh,
but Ben
warning
14,
light.
the dawning light is enough to take her down as Wing falls to the turret damage. A bit of a you know what, these things happen.
Happens a
In
lot.
big games, we ignore the small things, but the base is being chunked down by Lord itself.
Ooh.
Shadow Esports doesn't even need to hit it by themselves, but as we speak, the base will be taken down by Shadow Esports.
This is the thing that I talked about in a few minutes ago, that the side of Team Shadow Esports, they are known to be ending off the game with a single Lord, and they did this in this game as well, earning them 2 Forge points. And the side of Team Snowflake Esports, this is not their end. They can still make a comeback because they have only gotten a single loss on towards their name right now. But the side of Team Shadow Esports, I mean, what I've witnessed here right now, the fact that they instantly got the Lord and went in for a really aggressive fight here, like the dragon already being used up with the black dragon form. He went in straight, tried to go in for the Xbox here, but instead of the Xbox, they were able to take down that Moskov here. So that was a really crazy trade I'll be talking about here. I mean, they tried to go in for the EXP lane, but got the goal lane instead here. So that was a really perfect cherry on top that they got instead of the thing that they were trying to go in for, they got something even better. So yes, that is a perfect trade that came in for the side of Team Shadow Esports right now. And as the game eventually began to be going for the fights here with the last fight that we saw here, the side of Team Shadow Esports, they absolutely dominated the whole map here as of what I've seen. I have not watched the full team fights that they were going all out on. But from what I came through and I saw, that the side of Team Shadow Esports, they were not able to do much, or not the side of Team Shadow Esports, but the side of Team Snowflake Esports, they were not able to do much in terms of handling their own jungle camps here because the side of Team Shadow Esports, they already had 10k goal lead when it came towards the 8-minute mark here. So the side of Team Shadow Esports, they already have a really crazy, what can I say? They had a really crazy economic gap with the snowball already shifting really crazily. And the side of Team Snowflake Esports, they were not able to withstand that amount of pressure that they actually got onto. And eventually, slowly but surely, they were dragged down. And with the first lot that came in, no holy grails were left out. Wing destroyed the middle lane turret, though Lancelot was taken down, but he managed to take down Moskov before he was taken down. So as the Lord was charging in from the top lane here, they managed to take down the mid lane. The Lord eventually ended off the top lane in Hitzer here, and slowly they went in and ended off the complete game here with the perfect zoning Lloyd securing that kill on towards that Vexana as well.
Exactly so. And enough, it didn't feel like Team Snowflake Esports could come back from the amount of backhand that they were at. And the problem is that Team Shadow Esports didn't even give them the space to do so. So, technically enough, it wasn't possible for them to pull off a reverse sweep in this game like we saw in the first game. And in fact, they weren't able to perform as well as they should have with the kind of draft that they had. So, obviously enough, we saw Team Shadow Esports just completely dominate, even with a not so meta pick, the Xavier performing so well, and especially because of that little damage buff onto his first and second skill hit points, and as well as the area of effect that we have seen, the Lightning Trunkin made him really, like, what's the word? Prominent into the team fight, because one hit and half HP of the squishies were being taken away almost instantly.
Exactly. So that is what actually made sure that the side of Team Shadow Esports, they were not letting any chance, any breathing point for the side of Team Shadow, or not the side of Team Shadow Esports, but the side of Team Snowflake Esports to not able to do much. So yes, eventually, they were not able to handle off that ground pretty perfectly here. But with this, it's going to be Ben 14 who will actually be having that MVP for himself with 1007 KDA with 8.9k goal on towards his name with 33% KP. So yes, he definitely got that MVP, and that was a well-deserved MVP as well.
That is what Ben 14 onto that MVP with zero deaths. In fact, that too against Carmilla coming in along with an Xborg and a Vixana. So that's huge props to him right there, securing that MVP. I do believe that he has dealt the highest amount of damage as well. Maybe just Wink would be equalizing him in terms of damage. But given that fact, he definitely deserves that MVP in this game.
Exactly. I mean, let's not even talk about any other things here. The fact that he has a 1007 KDA just proves that he was almost in all the team fights that they were present out there. Especially with the Dawning Light covering a lot of those areas here, covering a lot of lens here. So he could just hit out the Dawning Light really easily here, maybe get assists here and there, or maybe secure kills, the ones who are trying to run away. So the side of Team Shadow Esports, they had a perfect clean, they have a perfect, what can I say? They had securance on the kills. They had the perfect assist on their hands as well because the Dawning Light, or not the Dawning Light, but the combo that he had onto the first and second skill, he was easily able to use up that immobilize and not let that Xbox run away with that last insanity, nor did that Moskov was able to use that dash and was able to just run away anything as well. So yeah, the side of the Shadow Esports, they completely had the dominance on their hands here, but the side of Team Snowflake Esports, because of a sudden draft that they had, the way that they were actually reliant on towards that late game comp rather than going for a really decent mid to late game comp, or maybe mid, or maybe like a early to late game comp here, because we saw Alucard here. Usually what happens is Alucard is preferably weak in the early game, but as the game progresses, he eventually gains that power spike, and his spell, not his spell, but his lifesteal gets even more stronger. And combining it with Moskov's first skill being even more stronger with the Trinity build, you can actually shred down the tankiness from the side of Team Shadow Esports really perfectly. So that they were not able to complete it out, because maximum of the heroes, they were late game type of heroes here. So that gave the side of Team Shadow Esports an even perfect chance, especially with their aggressive gameplay. They took that perfect opportunity of their opponents having a late game comp and swept them off completely off the charts, not letting them get even the slightest hopes of gaining a comeback there.
That is what. And we'll be seeing the results very soon as well. And that is going to reveal a lot of the match stats in front of us. And yeah, look
Again,
at
bans.
that. Exactly. It's the bans this time around as well. But that's okay since we already are aware of the picks as a whole. And if we look take at the stats, the turrets completely being taken away by Shadow Esports. Only one for the side of Snowflake. The Lord, is it? Yeah, the Lord should be also into the hands of Shadow Esports, and the turtles, of course, were taken down by Shadow Esports every single time. It like there was just no competition coming in. That's the Vexana. She did try to get a few of those terrifieds like properly onto the Lancelot and did manage it, but then again, a Lancelot being a Lancelot has way too many CC immunes and just went in for her every single time. So she wasn't able to, you know what, be able to be that prominent into the team fights, especially when Carmilla landed that Curse of Blood, because that's exactly when they needed the Eternal Night as well as Vexana's passive to hit properly for the side of Snowflake.
Exactly. But yes, I mean, the game is not that endable yet. But yeah, from the side of Team Shadow Esports, they had a really poor comp that they had. So basically, that is what led them to be winning this game here. But yeah, with this, Sarah, I think we should be ending off right now. Not ended off the tournament here, but ending the second game, as the third game will be arising in a few minutes as well, because this is still the realms of rivals, and this is somewhat of a Swiss stage as well, with a with the forge system that we have. A win and loss marks will be there, but this time the side of Team Shadow Esports secures 2 wins, 2 points on the names.
So, two Forge points being secured by the side of Shadow Esports as well as MC3M from the first matchup, as we saw. But we will be we will be moving forward to possibly the third match.
Yep, yep.
And we will be seeing the leaderboard just before the third game, because currently I do believe that the teams will have to be ready up, and we also need to make sure that the audience is excited for the third game itself, because two more amazing teams will be coming our way.
Exactly. Two more teams are yet to be coming away, but wait. It's not two, Sarah. It's going to be four more teams that needs to be coming back to back after this. But yes, guys, don't go anywhere in the classes decks. It's your homeboy Jeff coming alongside me. We have Sarah here taking our break from the second game, as the third game between Team Inferno and Team Birds Can't Fly will be proceeding with the third game. And with this, all for us. Have a good night. Have fun watching this, and grab your snacks, grab your popcorns. Peace out.
guys, welcome back again. I think we have finally had 2 games of today, and we have already been doing the best of one series. But right now, we are going to be going to the game number 3. This is going to be match number 3, and that's going to be another best of one series. Welcome to Round of Rivals, and now we have 2 teams that's going to be drifting into another fight against each other to try to get that good points. It is, the Rift round. This is gonna be number 1 round day 1. Okay, so Team Inferno will be going against Birds Can't Fly. I think we are pretty sure that the names are not really that familiar to us, but I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to have a good set of them when we are able to see them into this game so far, because yes, a lot of tournaments have been happening and there are so many teams that has been rising to the top, and maybe they can, we can find some good talents here too, because we are really really looking forward to it as well. But yeah, we are going to be starting in a little bit of a time, but yeah, mind you, there are so many ways to try to get into this point system right, because in this tournament in particular, I don't think we have that much of a knowledge. Okay, this is where Rift Drift, a little bit that we can see right now. Oh my goodness, we have the top one here. It's gonna be MC3M. This is a team that I am very familiar with. They also played the round number 1 today into this match 1 today. Senow's Esports will be the one following up too. So they have votes now. That's gonna be 2. This is something about this point that some people will not be familiar with, because this is not the kind of a point system that MLBB used to have. It's definitely going to be a little bit different. So you really have to put your mind into it, because if you can't, you won't be understanding it anytime soon. So you have to really, really follow us through, and yeah, you have to know and put up with all the teams that has been playing, because the more you win doesn't mean that the more you agree having points. Of course, you're going to be safer there, but yeah, if you lose also, there are some chances that you're going to be having, so that you'll be able to have the next points too. So that is a very, very unique system that we are following. But as for today, it's just round number 1. So of course, C3M and Sedo Esports will be on to the top, because they won that best of 1 series in a get-go. Yeah, there was pure dominance that we can witness under those first 2 matches. But now, I'm pretty sure that those 2 are the 2 good teams that we have of today. But now I think we're going to be seeing a little bit of an underdog team. Of course, underdog is overly used, but you know what? They might be able to have a good talent here. We might be able to see into this picture, to this game right now. So we'll be heading into the drafting phase. Already started. I think we're bound to see them. Yeah, of course, the meta events will be coming through. There's no saying, of course. But onto the other side, I'm pretty sure Bards Can't Fly will be onto the blue side. And oh no, it's they're gonna be into the red side. Team Inferno into the blue side, so which means that they'll be able to have that good first pick. Which means that they'll be able to keep a good hero for themselves. So let's see what can be a possible ban here. Usually in tournaments you really, really wanna remove out those CC Lancelot, and I mean, of course, Lancelot got a nerf, but even though Grok can be a good ban here, but what is a very good first ban? Yeah, there are some big choices that they can go for here. The Yi Xunshin is not really a ban-worthy first hero. It can definitely be. Wait, wow, CC's dancing right beside me. She's not gonna be casting though. She's gonna be just dancing, entertaining you guys. Alright, that's gonna be a new first ban. Oh, interesting. Most of the time when you are onto the first pick, you might want to keep the Yi for yourself, so that you'll be able to have that good peel. But anyways, red ban, Grok, Lancelot can go. One thing I'm pretty sure about the mage here is that the Eve is definitely some of a must ban hero right now. But onto the blue side, I'm pretty unsure because that's usually a good first pick. But yeah, it's definitely a red side ban. But nevertheless, that can be a good read coming through from both of the sides. Fanny ban, huh? Okay, the Fanny ban coming through. That's a good assassin that had to be removed. But onto the other side though. Grok can be also an option, but Sora. This is actually quite funny because blue sides are banning away the heroes that are better for them rather than giving it away. Okay. Alright, this is a pretty good ban. Fredrin. Two jungles already removed. Sora is actually a good flex because we can see in the M7 wildcard too, so it has been flexed into the gold lane too, and that was amazingly well done too, but it cannot be going to the jungle, I suppose. So there we go. The Grog is gonna be banned away by the red side, by the blue side. That is a very good ban coming through. But why would this side ban though? Do they wanna remove another jungle? Because that is definitely gonna be something that I won't be complaining at all. Because looking at the ban so far, they are just focusing on how many jungles they really want to remove. So Landslide can also come through here if they know if there is a way for the jungles, the Lancelot to be coming through. But okay, the Yuzong is gonna be taken away. Yeah, this is a pure XP dominator, so it's a very good first pick hero as well because despite in it being a very first pickable hero, there's not much of a counter that he can come through with. Yeah, so Duma, what can be a good first pick? CC completely left open, a very good choice to be taking it away. But now it can be the option for Blackstone and Bluestone what they would wanna go for to try to play against the CC2. Angela Basha is a very good combination, but I'm pretty unsure if they are gonna be playing that or not because yeah, never mind. It's gonna be the Hilda and the Kimi. Very solid, a good choice that they really wanted to go for. But when they have a Kimi, that's gonna be a great flex now. But they do need a good frontliner to try to play around with the Kimi, so they need to have a good tankiness into the off lanes, whether it may be into the XP side or the gold lane side. Because now that they have a Kimi, it's a very good flex. But onto the other side, the Gato and the Jushin, the AHL combination that's coming through here because of course, obviously, you might want to see the Jushin and the Gatot combination all together in one place because that is a very good win into the mid game. I mean mid lane. And now thinking about it, the change in the mid lane minions also providing quite a lot. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be the Yi Sun-shin. Very solid choices already coming through from the red side though. Lance will be picking up the Yi Sun-shin here, so okay. They could ban away a hero. That is gonna be a problem for the Yi Sun-shin. Hayabusa, Lancelot. Okay, Lancelot is a ban here. Hmm, good combination already. So they can remove a Labu Esmeralda. What could be a good ban though? Nino. Oh, Arlot instead. That's quite funny though, because I don't think the red side's gonna be picking up the Arlot anytime soon here because they need a very tanky frontliner for them. They can come together with the Hilda, of course. The Granger. They ban out the Granger together? Okay. The CC, okay, alright. The CC is still a flex because it can go into the XP and the gold. So now, I feel like this should be another Experian ban. Export, okay, not bad here. But I don't think the red side will be banning. I mean, Birds Can't Fly might not be, the picking out the export tool. But nevertheless, what is gonna be the jungle for Inferno? At least picked away. Alright, that's gonna be a little bit of a setup coming to a good combination with the Yi Xunshin and the Kimi right now. They are still yet to pick out the gold lanes, so it's definitely okay. But on the other side though, Inferno, what can they get here? Hayabusa is a solid choice, man. They can go against. Oh, never mind. They won the Guinevere. A very good seat. Yeah, they're very good seats also. But the carry though, they seem might be lacking into the laning into the range part, so it's gonna be needing a little bit of a farm and a lot of help from the mid lane side as well. But hey, that's definitely gonna be a good XP into the CC here right now. But then again, still, the very last pick coming through, this can also be a fighter into the goal or even a marksman. So the cloud is still available for grabs. I don't know what kind of heroes that they want to go for here because I'm pretty unsure what are their hero pools and what kind of heroes that they want to pick it up. But oh, it's gonna be the Thomas. Oh, never mind. So they want a fighter into the gold lane side, whether it may be the Elise or the Thamus. I'm pretty sure the Thamus is a very good option to go for and then in the XP lane, but I've never seen it into the gold lane side. But hey, it have a choice to bring out the vengeance and yeah, plus it together with any kind of combination that he wants. So that is definitely gonna be a versatility we'll be seeing onto the side of Bats Can Fly. Maybe they will be fine with this game because they do have a good combination going through and back and forth here again because of the presence of the Kimi and the Yi Xunshin and of course the reenactment and the re-engagement coming through from the Ellis. That is always gonna be on point, of course. That may be a good cause, but then again, it's gonna be a neutralizer coming through from the side of Inferno because they do have the Guinevere. So the Flying Cloud is gonna be the map that we're gonna be heading into right now. So a little bit of a movement speed that we're gonna be seeing, of course, a good read into the laning phase most of the time. So that's definitely gonna be important for the gold laner here, especially the carry. Of course, you might want to reach onto the lane as fast as possible. You want to stay into the lane, get that farm out, get the Trinity, and go in onto the point. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's head into the land of Dawn. Bats Can't Fly will be going against Team Inferno. Right now, they are going to be heading into the best of 1 series Rift. Round number 1 already, a lot of damage is coming through. Lance trying to go in onto Duma right now, dealing out a lot of damages here. So that's definitely going to be him winning out into the gold lane side here right now. But into the mid lane, though, it's going to be Bats Can't Fly who will be able to get this control onto the mid lane. But hey, that's going to be space optimization coming through as well. The flicker already spotted out the redstone, trying to survive, able to walk away, but the lethal wanderer will be going into the heads of Brad Can Fly. So Nino right now might be able to have that perfect XP lead that he wanted to have. But onto the top lane side as well, Oija, I think he will have to be a little bit careful. You cannot really poke down onto the Elias as much as possible. So that's something you might want to wait it out on. But onto the other side though, there's a lot of good lead that Inferno can get. Just because they have a strong shield too. I really can't see how many kills they have. Must be a bug onto the tournament lobby, but nevertheless, we can actually see the score, so it's okay. Bot lane side though, that's gonna be the Mounted Shoga, just for the vision. Not much of a combination coming through for the other side here. The turtle is gonna be up. That's gonna be the hammer being raised upon by Maygot onto Maygon, but he will not be taken down anytime soon because that's Gacha we are talking about. But turtle already up, man, and they will be able to start it out. They, as in Bart, can fly. They're the one actually starting out the turtle, even though Inferno were the one having a good seize. But hey, that's gonna be a re-engagement coming through, but Nino will be able to get the turtle right now, and he's not gonna be able to trade it out because there's gonna be another kill onto the hands of the Yi Xunshin here. Yet again, they are trying to go for the chase, but the blue buff might be in jeopardy here yet again. This is gonna be Bluestone trying to go in. There's gonna be a stun coming through as well, but Duma trying to do something among those members, but he will not be able to have that much of a damage, so he have to back away. That's just a carry, man. Not even one build, so he will not be able to have that damage anytime soon. Duma though, he will have to back away and he'll be trying to get a farm. I feel like it should be better if Duma stays into the lane not go up because the Trinity is definitely like a food for him. He's definitely gonna be needing those 3 items and get the power of the demon hunters. What's going on? Because without all those 2 bills, you will not be having the full resource of that demon hunter. But right now, Redstone and Blackstone trying to do something here. It's gonna be a jump coming through, but May Gods not able to survive. He's gonna be getting picked off in his own jungle. Another kill into the hands of Team Inferno. Good re-engage coming through all the time. Now they'll be able to go back and farm. This is the problem of losing out onto the XP side when you have a weaker, how do I say, jungle. But Duma though might be in trouble. There's gonna be some coming through. It's gonna be the Thomas trying to dive in. One hit and it's gonna be Duma taken down yet again. But hey, Blackstone might be getting traded out upon himself. But it's gonna be the Revitalized that's helping him survive. The seal is 3-3. Still there, but Tyler trying to go in for more. But he will not be having out the damages. Another kill being burst out into the hands of Team Inferno. I think they already got 3 kills though. Yeah, and that is definitely gonna be a good start for them right now everywhere. But Nino though, able to trade out the deaths of his teammates with Redstone on his. Yeah, the blood is there, but Duma still trying to get a little bit of a survivability. But he will be on to 2 members right now. 1 hit away, and it's gonna be taken down yet again. But Lanes with the killing spree, winning it out in his lane so well. He not even popping out the revitalize though. So that is a very, very big thing for him. Especially for Team Inferno, by the way. But to the side, he's just trying to get out the red buff as well. That's gonna be a steal, man. And they can definitely give it a turtle here right now. Okay. Alright, that is gonna be a taunt coming through, but the turtle is gonna be stolen away by Bluestone. Redstone able to get a kill onto Isa as well, but there might be a little bit of damage coming through. Tyler will be taken down again. Double kill, but Redstone onto the top side. He might be able to find something out there, but no. Yeah, he can't do anything at this point. But Olens, man. Oh, wait, Lens? It's just Lens or Olens? He's been onto the business of that red buff for a long while, man. And he was able to get it too. But that's definitely going to be a good game coming soon from the side of Inferno here yet again. They have 5k gold lead. And it's just 5 minutes of the game, and Duma out of nowhere getting deleted again by Bluestone. Not the best one. That is a jungler. On the side of Team Inferno, man, you don't want him to get all those jumps, but never mind. Spatial Migration connecting onto Olens, but not be able to get the damages done because Nino will be the one falling down yet again. Bluestone able to walk away with another kill on his own. Come on, man. Recalls are coming soon. May Gods, I don't think he is able to do anything. That's gonna be just a ton onto the tankier members, but even the Jushin, man. Tyler, yeah, they can't really do anything, but hey, that's gonna be a zone of runes coming through onto the backside. That might be a damage. It's done Duma down yet again. It might be a spatial migration connecting onto 2 members. It's gonna be the Violet Recom as well, but that's gonna be the tankiest member. But Lance will be falling down. Blackstone as well. Tyler able to get those 2 kills. 1 more. He's trying to go for more, but Oiza will be able to get a double kill on his. That is definitely gonna be a good trade out for the side of Team Birds Can't Fly. They kind of needed that. The damages was what they want to do for, because when you are ahead on this a very dominant game, you want to have that good lead, but then try to get out the shutdowns. But there's also one fact that they only got 1 shutdown onto Lens, so that is, yeah, not the best, but also not the worst. It's okay. But Bluestone and Redstone, though, they have their necessary items already. The Sky Piercer built out by the Kimi. No stacks just yet, so he's not going to be that much of a threat. But when the time comes in and he got all those, he will definitely be, yeah, getting all those stacks. And yeah, he's going to have to get the damages too. But the turtle, the third one at this point will be taken away again into the hands of Team Inferno right now. But Blackstone, I think he wants to go in for something here. Traction pulse connecting onto 1 member. 1 damage is away, and Redstone will be able to get that kill. That's going to be another star 8 Uzi connecting onto the backline as well. That's going to be Izam coming through. Spatial Migration, not enough. But hey, that's going to be John with the flicker as well getting stuck onto the wall, but Nino, he might not be able to survive, able to walk away still. The Revitalize helping him on point, but onto the turret side, they might be trying to go for a sandwich play, but there's going to be a zone special migration not coming through with the Violet Requiem, but that's going to be Lens trying to go in for more. He does have the countenance, so yeah, you might not want to engage, but Duma will be losing his life yet again. I think he died 4 times already though. And that is a level 8 carry. To a level 12 Bluestone. Oh my goodness, that's not the best case scenario you wanna go for. Birds can fly. Yeah, you can't really fly at this point because yeah, the goal lead that they're losing is too much, and 7k accumulated. That's gonna be one ultimate away. Blackstone trying to go in, but not much. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, they cannot even defend out onto the mid lane here. Oh well. It's not even 12 minutes of the game and they have already cracked open the outer turrets onto the mid lane side. So Inferno are doing a really, really great job in joining them away too, because they also know that they have the goal lead, they have the items, and yeah, all the necessities by the way. But Duma falling down yet again, giving a free kill onto the hands of Reds, a Bluestone, and Nino will be falling down as well. That is a 2v1 situation, and yeah, you know it's bad when the Yi Sun also is winning it out. Yeah, two, it's bad. Okay. And there's no coming back from this where birds can't fly. It's definitely gonna have to be something like if and only if Inferno lose out their momentum and discipline and get a massive throw. And even not even one throw is gonna be enough, man. They have to need another throw. Traction pulse onto Tyler, not able to do any much of a damage right there because he did not really have the spacing right now. But the Lord is already up, and Inferno, this is safe to say that they can get the Lord right now and maybe go for a possible end. But they might not be able to end though, because still this is a very weak lord still. Yeah, the first lord is not the best lord, but still I would really like if Oiza is going for a little bit of a tanky build, man. He completely did not need the sea halberd. He needs a little bit of a defense item so that he'll be able to get out those defense and get those armor and get the frontline capability, because I think they do have the damage onto the hands of Duma if they play it right. But 162 Duma and not even the 20 under the 10 minute of the game, and yeah, not a good win. And the Yi already, Bluestone already gotten the BOD too, man. And now the Lord that's gonna be matching onto the bottom lane side. They still have the Holy Blessing, so it's gonna be popped anytime soon. The mid lane is what they want to do. AOG onto the tower right now, trying to get a little bit of a jump, but it's gonna be a dive coming to Storm of Rose connecting onto two members that might be trying to jump in. Monster kill for Bluestone. He's trying to go in for more double kill. He'll be able to get a kill on more, but one hit is what it takes to get out the Munex. But Duba says no. Redstone trying to get all of those, but the recall's coming soon, man, and that will be possible. And one hit is what it takes. 11-17. I mean, the base was ending with 11-17, bro. Team Inferno, that's gonna be a point for them to. And now I think we'll be able to see who's the best playing among this, because yeah, that was a pure dominance coming through from the side of Inferno, and I'm pretty sure I made a mistake into the drafting phase where I said Team Inferno was Birds Can Fly, because I was so sure that Team Inferno should be onto the blue side. Never mind with that, because now Team Inferno, we know that they are onto the red side and they won the game with pure dominance. And to the end of the game also, we could see 10 minutes. 10, 11, 17 was the end of the game. Yeah, we can focus on CC's dancing here though. A good animation. I want one on my picture too, man. Anyway, I think we might be able to see who the MVP is gonna be, because I'm pretty sure it could be Bluestone. There are so many stones onto the side of Team Inferno. It's funny enough because their team name is Team Inferno and they have a lot of stone onto their names: Redstone, Blackstone, and what was that? Bluestone. Yeah. I think Bluestone should be the one getting it. I'm pretty sure, but there's also the Hilda, man. Good picks though. The draft was amazing coming through from the side of your father. And their bands, I think the picks, the draft, the bands, they were better than the picks though. As they are denying everything that they want. And the thing is, at this part of a game, you don't really know who you are facing. So we will have to see how the MVP is gonna who the MVP is gonna be. Oh, I called it, man! I called it. Bluestone. We will not be able to see his face yet, but hey, he was making a name for himself onto the Yi Xuanxian. That's a third pick Yi Xuanxian. And there's also a factor that I would like to mention that whenever you want to play the Yi Xuanxian, you might want to third pick it. The third pick is the best pick for a Yi Xuanxian when you are onto the red side, of course. And I think these people do understand that. You can first pick it too, but hey, there's definitely gonna be a lot of counters when you go for the first pick, and you might want to ban it. You might want to ban away the Yuzhong, and they pick out the Yuzhong instead directly. Even though they saw the Gatot, they don't really care about the Gatot because there's not much of a big combination. But then again, that's gonna be a lot of damage into the hands of one jungler. 38%, 9k goal. That's what he had. 8125. He died just once, and I think it was into the end of the game where he was trying to go a little bit too haywire onto the base for the side of Birds Can Fly, and I think Duma was the one who got the kill. But yeah, he was gonna be the match number 3 MVP. I think every Yi who have a good farm is definitely gonna be getting all of these kills, man, and you do not want to see a Yi Xuanxin who have a good and early start most of the time because this is always going to be the result. You can't kill him, and yeah, if we could have the highlights, I think the part where he was able to get a 2v1 situation against the jungler and the goal laner is definitely amazing. Let's see how the build is going to be looking like because, well, that was the bans. Okay, good bans though. Well, Duma onto the carry. I don't think he was having a good time, man. But hey, 8-1-11 is gonna be the score coming soon to the other side for Joan. Joan? What was Joan playing? Oh wait, Hilda. Okay. 5-1-8-2-2-12. This is a pure dominance, I would say, because there's 0 threat text from the side of Birds Can't Fly and already 7. Okay, already a win. They took 1 Lord. They took 2 their turtles. Oh wait, actually, Birds Can Fly able was they managed to get 1 turtle. That's good, but they weren't able to capitalize on that one. They couldn't really do anything about that. But I think it's on to the other side that this much more of a work here. Because 11-13 minutes is a very fast game to talk about in this current patch. Because yeah, you want to play a little bit slow, go for the fights when you have the damages. But then again, Duma died all the time. He gets caught most of the time, and there's not much of a response coming through from his mid laners as well. Because yeah, Jushin and Gato, when you win out into the lane, you might want to help onto the goal, especially when you're goal losing side. But hey, we can learn from all of these games here. I think Birds Can't Fly will be suffering a little bit of a defeat, but they still have a ways to come back because, like I said, it is a very, very different system that we are gonna go through. Losses or not, you still have, you will be able to have a good start when you have a good comeback to the later part. But the round. This is just the round 1, by the way, so you still have good time to have a good a reinitiation most of the time. Yeah, that's not what I was gonna say, but nevertheless, I think Team Invado, they are gonna be sitting in a very, very good position into this point system too. They might be actually just beside Shadow Esports, so that is a good thing. But nevertheless, I think we do have 3 more games to be coming next. Another best of 1. Okay, everything is gonna be best of 1 because yeah, mind you, again and again, you have to follow us to know how the point system worked in this. It's a rift system, by the way, so you might not be aware of that. So yeah, make sure you always stay tuned with us. We'll be coming back for the next game anytime soon. I'll be still here, by the way. I think CC is still gonna be dancing here, so let us take a break and we will be coming back for the next game. in. I guess we are back here again, ladies and gentlemen, to the realms of rival. You can see onto the screen, and we are gonna be going for the match number 4, and that is gonna be another best of 1 series. And I have my partner with me. He's gonna be looking a little bit involved, but hey, Baldido is gonna be here with me, and we have the teams here. That is gonna be Aruna Day. I think we are very comfortable to name them too, and they're gonna be going against Five Finger Discount. So best of 1 series, Baldido. What do you think?
I mean, with the BO1, the game could go literally anywhere. I mean, the results could be upside down. They could be compressed a little, like my
Uh,
picture over there. But that's the thing. With the Forge Rift system coming in, every single match, regardless of a BO1, matters a lot more. And
mhm.
I like the system a lot. Like I did spend some time going through it, but like I mean that Forge based matchmaking it's a pretty neat idea.
Mhm. That's why it's giving a chance to the losers most of the time and also the winners as well. Because you don't go for a very unreachable rift points when you are always winning. Yeah, it can be something you want to use against God, like this they has to be the best
Mm.
we have into this tournament. And of course they also have a game after this as well. But for now, I think Aruna they also have a very, very good pass with this lineup so far. I'm pretty unsure if they're gonna be changing it or not because they were having a good time to the Hornbill also. But then again, I feel like if I think of discount, they might eventually have to have a very, very good settings into the mind, a very good synergy and a good drafting, because they are gonna be going against a known team as well because we don't know how what they are capable of too. So that is also a big concern. But then again, best of 1 series is always a shocking one, you don't even know what you'll be getting. So let's see what the draft is, what the point is gonna, because after today matches, these are the winners up to top 4, I would say.
Yup, and three of these teams have found their way into zone 2 over there. While the
Mhm.
others are still struggling a bit, it's a little here and there. Each side has taken a win away. Though
Yes.
Blinders, Birds, and Snowflake, they're still at the teetering on the edge of zone 1. And any rift points is not a good idea. I mean, you want to get on to the next stage, you want to get against more competitive teams. Like right now, Godlike and all are also going to be having their first game soon, just like Arunoda and Five Fingers. So
Mhm.
this match is going to let these teams get an idea for where they stand. Right now, everyone's
Yep.
in the same page. And then from the next set, when the next zone begins, we're going to be seeing more. I mean, it's literally skill based matchmaking. I mean,
True.
you could call it as it is. It's skill based matchmaking, and I like to see that. So, with that being said, we're going to be heading into the draft in just a few moments. And like you said, Debbie, the teams have to draft well. And
Mhm.
looking at the current patch, I mean, there's not been too much change with the revamp. I mean, it's a few heroes have been moved up here and there in terms of priority, but
Mhm.
largely the game has still stayed the same, with that
That's what.
exception of, yeah, with Sora coming in. And
Mhm.
surprisingly, I'm not seeing like maybe there were a lot of tournaments ongoing when Sora was released. So usually we didn't really see him in a competitive side. But now that the game is kind of underway, it's been a few weeks since then. I would
Mhm.
like to see the Sora in the Rome, man. His skill set is just
Rome.
so good for he's so good for sets. I mean, if he can go in for like the hybrid time, he gives me like Hylos with CC vibes. Hylos with crowd
Uh,
control.
Oh yeah, yeah, because of the worlds that he have, right? And that is a very big control too, and it's more of a pickoff and an AOE, by the way. And I feel like we might be able to say, wow, that is a lot of girl picture we can see here. 5 finger discount. Oh my goodness, that is a very, very good name. I don't speak Japanese, so I would not know this. Maybe it's Chinese, maybe it's Japanese. Well, that is a lot of seafood that we're gonna be seeing onto the blue side. But anyway, that was a good one. Onto the red side, though, I think that is the previous teams. Nevertheless, we might see the change into the name, by the way. Okay, it's Joan and Redstone. Okay. Wow, what is this? Akaba and Mega. I think, yeah. Oh, this is gonna be interesting, Valdo, because girls versus boys, is it?
Yeah, I mean, like At this point, that one Japanese name is sticking out like that soy sauce dip right now, with
Yeah.
all the other seafood in the lineup.
Yeah.
But on the other end, I mean, we've had the first three players mogging us, while Joy Boy and Akaba, like, I would rather say incognito over there. But with that being said, we're going to be starting the draft. The Lancelot is going to be the first hero that's going to be taken out in this best of one. And I think it makes perfect sense. Like, the Lance is just a
Mhm.
little too annoying to be left open. You kind of have to center your draft a lot around him. You lose out a lot of options in the lane simply because you have to like force, keep a flicker ready the second the Lance is near you. And the flicker does not guarantee your safety.
That is absolutely true, and that is why you always remove this. Even with the nerf that he received onto his ultimate, I think it's still very valid. But you know what? This is a very red side coordinated ban coming through. It's always gonna be the Yuzong that is actually gonna be taken away when you are onto the red side because this is a very, very solid XP laner first pick. And yeah, you do not want to face it anytime soon. With the ban under the Yuzhong, you are definitely gonna have to ban under Yi Xunshin too, because that is a very uncalled one. Hilda also gone coming through from the red side here. Well, there we go. We have the good names now. This is a Runa Day onto the red side, I suppose.
Yep, and with two jungle picks taken out on the other side, they want to take out all the initiation harass options that they could be facing up against. It's a very clean idea. And the other end, again, the Lapo is being taken out. And to be honest, there's not much surprise in terms of the draft. It's stuff that we
Mhm.
would always be expecting. The second the Yuzong is banned, like you said, the Yi Sunshin has to be taken out because otherwise he just has too much space to be moving around. And even if they didn't ban the Ascension right now, with that Lapu ban coming up, I'm sure I think Arunodaya would have done the exact same thing. Yep.
Yeah,
And
that's
okay,
why. Oh,
interestingly,
Esmeralda.
they've gone in for an Esmeralda ban. I mean, usually you see
Mm.
the Esme ban coming up in the second phase after their
Mhm.
opponents kind of they either pick up an XP for themselves and they force out they kind of lock away the XP bans because right now with the situation, I mean, there's still a lot of options open and Esme is not that high up anymore in terms of the priority. Uh so yeah, I mean it's a decent option, but it's not worth the early ban because there were picks like Zushin up, the Fred was open, especially considering like all these other junglers are being taken out. So the Zushin was kind of a high priority pick, especially when all these dive heroes have been taken out, like the Eve and the Arlot also picked up.
Yep. This is a very solid first two picks coming to even decide from the red side. Of course, they are willing to let go of the Jushin because I'm pretty sure they wanted the Yi for themselves. And the Yi is a direct counter you wanna go when you face a Jushin too. And I think this is also the reason why they pick up the Jushin altogether with the Arlot as well. Because I feel this Arlot should be into the XP lane. No flex whatsoever. But the Arlot doesn't really win out into the lane that easily. There's a lot of counters. But now we do understand why the Yuzhong band could come through here for them because they want the Arlot for themselves too. And now that they ban out the Esmeralda as well, I think they want to willingly into the XP lane. What's left of it is that it has to be the Uranus, and you can handle out the Uranus most of the time with the Arlot as well. You don't have to fight him, but the Elise coming through and the Kalea as well. This is not a direct bestie combination coming through from the blue side here, but I'm pretty sure they might want to go for a lot of peel here, but they do need a damage to come through from the gold lane side if they have at least into the XP lane here. So what can be a good pick for the blue here right now? They can directly go for the jungle though, right?
Yep, like in terms of jungle, like they could actually go for the Joy, but like it could work if the Joy is good enough. You can kind of bait
Mm-hmm.
out the Arlord's dashes onto the Alice at first. He could like wait
Uh-huh.
for the final slash. The Joy can wreak havoc in the backline. It's a good option against the Eve. At the same end, rather than the Joy, we could see a little more unconventional picks like maybe a Roger. I mean, that is a good option against the kind of mobility because it's a counter mobility comp that the opponents are going with. Arunodaya is running and
Mm-hmm.
they have sustain and spades. They can stay in team fights for
Uh-huh.
long, but you don't want to stay in team fights for long against that kind of comp. Outstaying is a risky game because it's very dependent on which person can get that first kill off. And after, it's just a battle of resources. And with that Grok being picked up, I mean, we can see Arunodaya has a very fixed idea in mind. They want to have like
Yeah,
the Arlot making in the plays or the Grok engaging. They have another secondary initiate or disengage with the Arlot. You have
that
Yves to
part.
control the map, and you can kind of pick pretty much anything. The draft could either be a
Mhm.
front and back, or it could go in for a pick off comp simply because of the variety their frontline offers them.
Oh, this is absolutely beautiful coming through from the side of Aruna Day. But then again, they, yeah, like I also already said, they are free to have anything that they want into the goal line, especially. Have the if the Harry could be a very great combination too. But if they are gonna be very, very serious about how they wanna play out the Grog, they have to ban away the possibility of another hero that can get blocked. Yeah, they have to ban away the CC though. That is a prior ban. But onto the other side, I think Five Fingers they already have the Kalea, so the Grok is yeah, it's he's actually very safe. What they have to ban out the jungle though for Five Fingers. They need to ban away the jungle so that they will not be giving anything to the side of the blue team here. But there's also one factor that the damage dealers, the jungle and the good laners haven't been picked away by Aruna Day. So there's always an option that they will go for the damages. So this is gonna be very, very crucial on what Five Fingers should ban here. If they wanna ban
Yeah.
out the Harriet too, there's no problem, but then they are gonna
Yeah.
have to ban away some assassins as well.
Yep. And speaking of the bans, like you said, the issue with Five Finger here is any heroes you start banning. Like now, look, they instead just
Mhm.
opted to play it safe. They start taking out marksmans, and I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
the
yeah.
carry is a no-brainer ban. And oh,
Mhm.
okay, okay, that's a lot of action that happened in a second. But yeah, that's two
Okay.
marksmen taken out. The Granger, surprisingly, he still is getting banned out. I mean,
Mhm.
Ranger's become a very hit or miss hero, especially with the damage to creeps being taken out and minions. His scaling has really gone down a lot. He's kind of slowed down his
Uh-huh.
scaling. And you know, the Fred ban makes sense. I kind of expected Arunodaya would be the one picking up.
Get out all those clearance into the perfect timing and get the Trinity Stone. But last pick though, Hayabusa are still out here in the open. They can still go for it,
Ooh,
but oh my
Tony.
goodness, it's gonna be the Guinevere. They don't want damage. They're gonna be relying solely onto the Yiv and the Cloud for the damage dealing potential. But then there's also a fact that the Gunny is a very, very versatile man. He can go for those concentrated nerds and try to go directly for all of those semi-tank builds, and he C will be still dealing out the required amount of damage. That's a lot of CC already.
I mean, like you said about the Claude, I thought about the Claude, but once I saw the Fred ban, I'm like, you don't have anyone who can stop them. And it's okay, it's the expanding river. I mean, I think
Hmm.
dangerous grass would have been good for both the teams. You would have seen a way more
Yeah.
heated game with the kind of ambushes coming in. But I kind of thought they would not pick the Claude because the Fred is taken out. So then Claude will be forced to use his BMI each time to kind of dodge
Mm,
away the joy and also
yeah.
having to deal with. And in terms of laning phase too, I think Bruno does have a more comfortable scaling. I mean, it's really hit or miss. I mean, with Kalia having the set, but who is she gonna like really guarantee a kill on unless she pulls them into the turret in
Mm.
the early game? There's no damage output of that nature. Joy takes time to stack up those beats, and that's enough time for most of these heroes to dash out or flick out.
Yeah, that's also one of the reasons why I don't really like the Lucian or any kind of tanky no, sustain hero onto the mid side. But nevertheless, we'll be able to see out into this game here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head into the Land of Dawn. The game is already set, and I think it's a bit of a win onto the bottom laser, like we talked about. There's gonna be
Oh,
a jump coming through from your prawns, but hey, there's a lot of damage. So
oh,
Flicker.
oh. Aggressive flicker in gets the kill. First blood for the side of Aruno there, starting off with a bang. They used up the flicker but got the first blood on the gold lane. And
Wow.
already that's a great start. You want your Claude to be getting a good
Mhm.
start ahead. He's hitting that level 3 and Bruno nowhere close. I mean, he did get the level 3, but that gold difference in the early
Yep,
game is going to give Claude that, lane dominance he needs. He's not going to struggle
absolutely
anymore.
true. That's why you don't want the Claw to have a good and a free farming here as well. And because if he's actually into the lead, he's able to get all of those clearance necessary. And that also is definitely going to be a big reason here right now because the turtle will be going to the hands of Aruna Day. Not much of a contest coming through, a lot of them coming through from Yiv as well as Akaba. I think this is also the reason why they pick up the Guinevere because they want to have a lot of cancellation. But look at that blue buff almost stolen, but it's definitely gonna be taken away by Five Finger Discount. But nevertheless, they are back onto the goal here right now. They are rotating all together in one place. That means that your squid might be in
Oh,
a dangerous
oh, what's
situation.
happening on the bot side? Joy has gone inside, uses up the beats. There it is, the real world manipulation, battle mirror image, a
Oh,
beautiful set coming in, the tech charge. Zujin left all alone, and Octopus will not be making their way back to safety. They go back to base. And I think that is the major issue. While Zujin can handle any of those frontliners individually, you
mm-hmm.
can't be standing in front of an Arlord to poke him down
That's
because
bad.
the Arlord's gonna send you off position and right into the
Yeah,
hands of a waiting Rock, a waiting Guinevere, and you even if you ult away, there's the beats coming in. The ultimate's gonna be used up. Joy will be securing that kill. Snow finding themselves a little too aggressive, and they will pay that price. And finally, the
yeah.
first kill on board for the side of Five Finger Discount, and they
I know.
are making that's the first finger for them.
Yeah, that's what they are making finally something for them side for their side. But 3-1 is the score yet again. But yeah, no, the turtle is already into the hands of Aruna Day, so they have to have at least one more kill onto their pockets so that they will be able to return to the goal lead right now. Especially into the side of the gold lane here because Mega Joy Boy, I think he's so comfortable on this squad already. He's able to get all of those freeze upon, and he was able to find all of those targeting too as well. And that is not the best case scenario when you are gonna go against a Claw. But Jump though,
No, they caught out Claude, but
wow,
he's just too
purified.
protected. He's just too protected.
Oh,
And there's the tech charge once again. Squid taken out for the second time this game. It is just not looking good. I mean, he's had his
yeah,
lane frozen. He's been taken off way early in the game. He's missing out a lot of those minions. That's another wave that's going to be denied to him because that Claude's going to be standing there for sure. But looking at the turtle, there's the set coming in by the Kalia. But the ultimate going to be used, the Violet Reclaim, the immune on the CC, going to give them the retribution as Snow takes off another kill onto Prawns. And this shrimp has been completely dewaned. But looking at that, Alice going in for the fight, a huge set coming in, but the damage
wow.
output, like I said, is not there. Without damage, your staying power does not matter. You can sustain 10 seconds or 20, but if you're not gonna get the objectives or the kills, Aruna there is gonna run away with the game.
That's actually is what exactly is happening here, and this time around, your squid might eventually be in trouble again. Blazing Duet.
Oh,
Oh,
tech charge locks in, but then he has no dashes left. But
okay.
then the skill did not connect in time as Squid gets the kill on Dokaba. They're still chasing them down. Roku over there in the midst of it all. Three members, joyful beats. Oh nah, Roku overstays his welcome and gives them gives Five Finger a much needed breath of relief over there. That injection
Mhm.
of gold and XP and the kill on the opposing jungler is gonna give Joy a little more time to farm and not be worried about that gold lane all the time. Because there's
Yeah,
enough pressure as it is on the bot side.
that is a massive pressure that they are creating. That's gonna be the BMI coming through. A lot of damage onto yours. Could he cannot hit the balls hard enough to take anyone down, but it's gonna be the turret that they will be able to take for the side of Aruna. The mid lane is what they really want to focus on. But then again, they already gotten onto the top lane side as well, so that's gonna be a little bit of an opener right now. And I think the Joy should be sent up to the top so that he'll be able to clear it out. And Alice, your lobster needs to be with the team, but mid lane.
Oh, and look at Arno there with another set. The tech charge going to be used up. Real world manipulation and the battle mirror is coming in with the blazing duet. All of that just to zone them away, but they still will not get the kill. And they
Whoa.
did the wrong. That was a huge mistake. You do not want to pull the Alice towards your dot HP marksman. And Mega Joyce is gonna be taken down by his own teammate's final slash. Not a
Yeah,
good
that
look over there. They managed to somehow, against all odds, all the goal difference, hold the
Mhm.
mid lane and get a kill out of it. But Arunod is still in firm control of that river, man. That river is
Yeah.
just not looking good. But Joy with the steal and runs away
Wow.
with it once again. A sneaky Joy in the river. You do not need the dangerous grass if the expanding river is in control. You know, Arunod, they might have control, but the retribution is the difference.
That is the difference that we are witnessing right there. That's one of the, very desperate bread that they want to have. That's the equalization onto the economy wise. But 2K goal is still there, but
Oh,
there's gonna be some coming through airborne. Space of migration Ezra, but still Octopus was able to survive. Snow might be in danger, taking down Ezra's Joy. Able to grab that kill, but your Octopus will not be able to survive for long. The tech transfer, defensive maneuver. Prawns might be caught to the miss of it all. 3 members still out there available. He's all alone, getting drawn away, but Roku will be able to grab that one kill that they are looking for. Another face into the sea, but Eve trying to dive into the backline as well because they want to get out onto the mid lane here. But they look at that dumb though.
oh, Joy, Joy. No, Roku overstays once again. It happened once at bot and now at mid. They will take out that turret, but they will trade away a life for it. And but looking at the gold, I think it's still working out for them because while all of them have a similar lead, it's only Joy is even close to the dominance that the Claude has right now. I mean, this guy's so far ahead in gold in comparison to, like, look side by side, level 11 to level 9. But no, the battle mirror image with the blazing duet, it's not gonna get them the
Wow.
kill somehow. How
What?
did they sustain? How did Prawns make it out alive? That set should have been a guaranteed double kill, but they ended up targeting the Kalia instead of the Bruno.
Mega Joy Boy with the Mega Blunder. I don't think you want to give away your life just for a greediness onto the kill, man. And now they might be eventually suffering a neutralization of economy that they already accumulated, but the Lord is already up. But then again, the Joy is in favor right now because he's gonna be able to get out the long lanes, getting through. Because even if they don't want to contest onto this Lord, they should try to have at least a good lane, and he's trying to set up for it too. They should not be able to contest it in time zone because they do not really have the good front line as well. Your lobster is onto the vengeance, not the flicker, and that means that it's not gonna be a good setup for them or even a surprise setup, and you don't want to do that. Whoa, look at that though.
Oh,
What?
what's happening? A very, very crazy blazing duet, but they do get the shutdown on the Joy. Alice goes in.
Wow.
It's gonna continue to stay in the fight. They're still looking
What?
for something else. They go in for the set onto the Grok of all people. As they're still
What?
going in, the Grok's gonna be brought back into the fight. Alice sustaining in the midst of it all. The lobster cannot be taken down. The shell too hard to break down, but he finally
Oh.
will fall as Joy Boy is back in the fight. And the corrosion, the DHS, too much for any of the members of Five Finger Discount to handle as they get picked off like fish fingers. As meanwhile, off camera, actually not off camera, on the bot side, a solo kill onto the Bruno as Roku will collapse onto Prawns. And with that, it's only Joy who's respawned, having to deal with Lord and 3 different waves crashing onto them. And oh,
Mm-hmm.
Kaba,
Yep.
what is
Top
that?
lane, I think
Predictive,
they are
predictive
trying
tech
to.
charge.
Yeah, that is, yeah, okay, man. Okay, we did not say that, but hey, it's gonna be the lore into the top lane side, but there's gonna be able, they are able to clear it out. No other resource. Yeah, Kava did not have the resource that he will eventually use to try to take out that inhibitor. But good thing for 5 finger discount. Now they are able to have a breathing space.
Oh.
Jump.
Oh no, you do not want to bring a Grok back in there, but Grok did not commit on the tech. He's gonna look for an opportunity. He's still holding on. They're not gonna commit. They know that this Lord was just a teaser. It was just
Mhm.
trying to get those shields down and just wait for their opponents to come out. Because now they just need to starve the defense. They just need to starve the defense out. You can freeze the lanes, just scale that gold lead to insane numbers and have the next siege when the next Lord's up.
Yep. That is what we are looking at too here, because already we can see this is a 4K goal lead onto the hands of Arunaday, and most of the goal has been into the hands of a Mega Joy Boy too, and that is a Claw with that attack speed. He's already done with the Trinity, and he might be eventually going for a little bit of a damage as well, or even a range if he wants to. But then again, they are gonna have to need a little bit of a breathing space for their side because the Joy has been a menace. He's the only one trying to get into the backline most of the time, and there's no one to stop him. Again, Akaba has to be the one who will have to knock him away too. But they do also have the final slash that can come in handy. But then again, they will be trying to focus onto the front line too much, so they have to wait for it too. But now they have to handle out onto the long lanes because looking at the combination so far for both of the sides. Oh, never mind though. I think Mega Joy.
Oh, Joy Boy. But it's actually Prawns who's going to be taken out, going in a little too deep. Joy Boy just doing too much damage right now.
Oh,
At this
yeah.
point, I don't think he needs the Blazing Duet. I mean, the Blazing Duet is the wrong play to make. He can just be hitting basic attacks from backline, and he's actually surviving and
Mhm.
sustaining way better. Because with Blazing Duet, you're going into dangerous territory. You're going into that Alice's taunt,
Yeah.
the stun. You're dealing with
Oh,
Bruno's
wow.
ball. Ooh, neck charge once again.
Okay.
And Akaba is taking that zoning task very seriously. I think,
Yeah.
I mean, Roku has made it known that I did not like that steal. I was not prepared for
Mhm.
it. So you guys are gonna make sure every single bush is gonna be pre-checked, rechecked, and double-checked again.
That's what they want to do here, man. And of course, we were talking about how much of a range is required for the Glot also. And he's going to be building up with the Malefic Gun as well as the Magic Blade for extra survivability. But already onto the other side, I can see that the Joy is actually very good onto the build here. He's very healthy, but I do feel like he's going to need the Genius One, man. It is one of the best important and one of the most sought after item after all. And there's a lot of tankiness coming through for the side of the and he can dive into the backlines, but never mind, that's a kill off cam. Wow.
What? Damn, and that's the only person who could really kind of, put a
Yeah.
slow onto the Eve. The
Oh
only
my
person who
god.
could really stop Eve and chase down Claude, and now you don't have that person. There's a huge knockup coming in on a 3, but the
Oh,
damage
my
output is just not there. And with Squid out, this game has its fate sealed in stone. The minions are the only people stopping them away. They do get a shutdown out of the Claude. They could somehow hold on, but not for long, as the knockup with Snow is gonna head them, get the kill. Final slash used up. They're just buying time. They're just being a menace. As Arunodaya has another 2 waves marching down. They do not need those waves, as the Aegis will shatter, and that's Forge points in their favor, while Rift for their opponent.
That is a very, very good start of the tournament for the side of Aruna Esports. And they're going to be the fourth winner of the game, and they will be able to top the charts. So, zone number 2 is what they are looking at. But pure dominance that we can see coming through from the other team. That was definitely a good start. Clean slate, by the way. A little bit of a blunder here and there we can see from Akaba as well. I think that yeah, you have to be careful with the grok, man. If you don't have a good setup or a good wall, you might eventually have the tendency to miss out onto the charges as well most of the time. Yeah, mainly, but not all
Yeah,
the time. That's
I
okay.
mean,
But he did have a good set though.
like Arunodaya had a very clean game, and like you said, Debbie, I mean, Grok without that ultimate and the wall is
Mm-hmm.
is just free pickings. And the only reason that Five Finger couldn't really capitalize onto that opportunity was simply because he didn't have the draft that allowed them to do
Yep.
that. Even though Kalia is pulling a Grok who doesn't have an ult or a wall, they just don't have enough
Yeah.
damage. They don't have enough gold. So, and that was like 2 to 3 times that error was forced, that error was made. So,
Mm-hmm.
I think if Arunmay there just works on the small tweak, is because they're gonna be heading into zone 2 now, and there are a
Yep.
lot of teams who have proved themselves waiting over there. So when they're
Yep.
playing against zone 2 teams, I don't think the teams we've seen on that table are gonna be allowing such mistakes to be not punished. They're not going to be forgiven that easy. So, with that being said, Arunodaya takes away 2 Forge points and 1 Rift for their opponents. And remember, viewers, 3 Rift points, and you're out of this tournament.
That's why it's important that you have to have a defense on what you see into this best of one series most of the time. But hey, I think we are we will have to see who the MVP is going to be because yeah, there was a lot of moments where we could see the teams Aruna, the esports, shining quite a lot, and they have a lot of players who are very capable of getting the MVPs as well. But I'm pretty unsure who's going to be getting it. But I don't even know. But then again, I think Roku also was everywhere, but then also Akaba. He's also everywhere most of the time. So yeah, it's dependent on how much of a damage they can deal, how much of a team fight participation they have, how much damage they have taken to. I will see who's able to get that one. Maybe it's gonna be the Claude. Is it Rogo? Okay, I'm good at the prediction, man. But anyway, he got
Let's
a
go.
17% damage or kill participation. That's not the very best for a Guinevere, but 727 is a good scoring dance, I think, and he have 10k gold per minute. Wow. I mean, he had good goal, man.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold. I mean, that's a really greedy person. But yeah, with that being said, a very convincing win for Aruno there. They kind of really took control from that first blood on bot. They never let
Yep.
Squid live up to his potential. I mean, we saw flashes of brilliance coming in from that Bruno. Like we saw,
Mhm.
like, okay, this is what that Bruno is capable of. But
Yep.
that's all. He ended up as potential man simply because I don't know they kind of locked down out of the gold. That was their weak point. That was the only counter to their draft, and they made
Mhm.
sure that Squid is just not gonna get a chance to make his way back.
Yeah. That is why we see them, getting like, they were basically seafood for Aruna. They might be having a seafood for dinner at this point. It was pure dominance that we can see. The last pick onto the Guinevere was amazingly well done because when you see a Grok and a Guinevere and an Arlet all together in one place, you have to be worried about who's going to be making the first set, who's going to be able to go for the re-engagement most of the time. So let's see the game look like. It's on to the ending because 9k gold they already
Oh wait,
accumulated.
that's the
They had
bands.
like 9 towers taken. These are the heroes that were banned ones. They banned these heroes. Yeah, they don't use these heroes. These are the
Yep.
banned heroes. Wait,
I mean, that
okay.
would be a very interesting lineup. I mean, and I think in terms of lineup, I think even then the bands of I don't know there, I think that's actually a really good draft. It's a good
Wow,
draft. I mean,
good.
apart from
Yeah,
that
it's a
one
good draft.
lacking mage, I mean, that would be a
Yeah,
solid draft from like a week back. And those are all hotly contested picks.
that's why.
So yeah, I mean, stats wise, while there's not much that 9k gold lead, the reason that 9k gold lead was so hard for Five Finger to get back was because it was
Mm-hmm.
purely concentrated on that Claude. I mean, that Claude had like around 11.2k gold by the end of the game. I think he was almost 12, if
Mm-hmm.
I'm not wrong. Yeah, there it is. Mega Joy,
God.
almost at 12k gold.
Yeah.
Him and Rockgood, they're so
Rock
far
goal, yeah.
ahead. While the closest number there is probably coming in from the jungler, the Joy. And he
Mm-hmm.
was taken out in that fight way before. That one turret was kind of taken as they kind of let that turret go. So yeah, complete dominance coming in from I don't know there. They're gonna be meeting their next set of opponents in the next zone.
Yep. Next zone is what we're waiting for, but look at this. It's gonna be MC3M Megatron C3 Meraki. That is a very, very good combination. Seto Esports team found Aruna Day for they will be the one winning it out onto this. Oh, wait, Snowflake's also there. Yeah, they will be the one having that June number 2 onto this very first day. But we also have the what would say fans favorite who will be coming up onto the next game. Got held by them. I'm pretty sure they'll be able to top the charts yet again. Wherever they go, they top the charts. By the way, and yeah, we will be seeing them
Yup,
soon
they're
too.
gonna try to
But for
keep the
now,
streak going.
they were looking for a win streak, by the way. So yeah, I hope there are some great opponents that they coming to, and I really, really wish that they will be put into the position where they have to struggle for a team for a win. But hey, join one steal for 5 finger discount, and birds can't fly because they are actually they lose out onto this best of one series.
Yup, and that's rift points in there. I wouldn't say it's a favor because that's not a good thing. They can only afford 2 more losses before they're gonna be taken out of the stable altogether. So yep, next up it's Godlike, and next again we all
Fire match. So we're gonna be today. I think this will be the end for the match number 4 here, ladies and gentlemen, because the next match, I think everyone is waiting for it. So let the guys be ready, let the players be ready, let the streamers, the production, the casters be ready. So we'll be coming back for that game. Yeah, we'll be taking a short break for waiting for the players. So see you into the next game.
morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. You guys are watching the Realm of Rivals. Back again with another match. Now, this is going to be another interesting match. Before that, let me introduce myself. I'm Peachy, and I'm joined by Boldu today.
Hello,
And
hello.
with that, Boldu, how are you doing?
All good, all good. We have one of the most hyped games awaiting us. I mean, Godlike versus Nextgon. I think most of the viewers are waiting for how this game will go.
Definitely. Let's look at how it will be going. Again, it's going to be a best of one series, as you guys are already know. This is a rift, a draft situation in our hand. That means there are a few terminologies. I do believe the other casters have gone ahead with that, so I think you guys are much more familiar now. So let's go ahead and see for the day number one what we have. Shortly going into the draft, let's see. But other than that, Godlike, they have been performing very well in every single tournament so far. So what are we expecting? 10-minute under match, or maybe they're just like trying to get it over under 7 minutes, if possible.
I mean, when we talk about Godlike, I mean, it usually sounds like it might sound offensive, but the thing is, that's the kind of track record these guys have had. 12 tournaments and 12 championships secured for them. So that's not a small number. And they're going to be aiming for that number 13, the elusive. It might be the lucky number 13 for them because it's lucky for me. That's my IGN in the game, 13 for me. So yeah, it might just be lucky for them. And they will be looking to get that 5 forge points as soon as possible. They want to head to that 5th forge point and secure the slot for the semifinals. But on the other side, like we mentioned, viewers, the Rift and Forge system that Realms of Rivals is bringing is not, like your regular competitions, like all the tournaments we've done so far. It's not just any other round robin system. It's going to match you based on skill. So it's not going to be that easy for Godlike. It's not going to be as easy as they've had it before with favorable matchups. Or just playing against the regular run of the mill. They're going to play in real time against the best who are constantly proving themselves the best. So with that being said, Peachy, we have headed into the draft and take it away. What do you think it's going to unfold?
Oh, I do believe we might be looking at a Grok as quickly as possible getting banned. Possibly a lot of Romcom's EXP lane as well. Again, the gold lane has been mostly dominated by the EXPs nowadays. So I do believe we are going in for that. But Team Nextcon, they themselves gone in for the Fanny. That is highly unexpected right there. One,
And
it
the
could be
Fanny
a
is the
good.
first ban. I mean, they're really putting respect on Van's name. I mean, you could take it out in that next phase of the bans, but Van is just a little too hot to be handled. So the Fanny and its steel cables are going to be taken out. The first thing in the Land of Dawn. Nextgon having the first pick for themselves. They will be taking this out. And what do you think the bans are going to look like from the other end?
EXP is possibly a Kalea getting banned as well, but here we go. Sora getting banned. I have not seen this guy in action in a long time. Come on. I know this is a very new hero, but I do want to see that. Like, at least one match. Come on. Again, very OP hero right now in the meta, so understandable why that he is sitting into the ban list as of now. But other than that, what about the Lapu Lapu? Come on, you can't ignore Romcom's Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole issue. All these guys have their own signature picks. So if you're just going to end up banning them, you're not going to have a proper draft at hand, which is the biggest issue. So, like I said, one thing, like you said, Peachy, about Sora, I want to see Sora in Rome in a competitive game so bad. He has all the potential for, those fighter Rome comps. Like, he is Jawhead, but he can pull the whole team to you. That's how Sora feels to me because he has those blinks. And if you can pair him up with something like the Lapu, something else who can frontline, but usually that's never going to be the case because those heroes are always taken out. Next, Romcoms, Yuzong is going to be denied.
I mean, at this point, like we're not even saying Yuzong. We're gonna give like tags to these players with how they're playing. But I think I should really stop
That's
glazing
true.
them. I think there's enough of the viewers and their fans are gonna do it for them. But yeah, the bans. Godlike is taking their time with the bans. They've taken out Sora first, and I'm curious to see what is the response gonna be. Are they gonna take out Arlott? Is it gonna be Eve? But nope, it is the Zusian.
Ooh, interesting. Looks like even Godlike have
Ban
done their a
coming?
bit of a homework onto their hands. On the side of Team NextCon, they are also not, the the members might kind of have been the old players that they have gone each other, like faced each other. So I don't want to see what kind of a matchup they will be having today. Yuzhong gone, there's Sushin gone. I was not expecting a lot of mage getting banned at the first section, but here we go. Another possibly a gold slash exp laner getting banned, Esmeralda. But other than that, what about the grog though? I do feel like giving art the grog might be a problem right here.
I mean, with the Grok, you need to pair it up with someone. And I guess since they won the Grok, they kind of just don't want to deal with the Zusian because you'll have to take like two CC heroes in the front who can like instantly pull down crowd control. So you yeah, so you don't want to like just want to handle and like just be a little annoying and just you just don't want to have all that hassle. So Zusian's been taken out altogether. The Eve is still very much open. It could kind of decide the tempo for the draft, whichever team can get the Eve. We also could possibly be seeing a Lunox in the mid lane. And in terms of jungle options, I think both sides can pick up a lot because Win is just really good at what he does. I mean, from the side of Nexcon, Win, Cheese, these guys, they have a very, very wide pool. They sync up together very well. Uh, I have been seeing a few of their games, and I think a few of my friends have seen their plays. So they do take out the Gatot. So I think Godlike has
Okay.
definitely done their homework. I mean, these guys keep meeting each other in ranked games on a regular basis. So that is homework is gonna make you win games. It's gonna, that's the difference between being a winner and a champion, being a champion and a tyrant, because that's what Godlike is right now.
Agreed. So if the Gatot is here, that means we might be looking at a Eve being picked up, possibly maybe onto the second, phase. Right now, we do have YSS into the hands of Van as their first pick, which is definitely a bit of a surprise to me, given the fact that you do need to get a team around the YSS a lot. So let's say we did get a lot onto their hands, but onto the other side, they're looking very, very good with the Lancelot, with the Kalia, and they do have potentially all the CC on the team as of now. So, with the addition of that, we do have Hilda in our hands. Onto the other side,
Net.
onto the Rome, which is thing we are looking at, given the fact that YSs do need be a little bit of annoyance onto the other side. Hilda can do a fantastic job of trying to slow down Win, or possibly Kalea can do the same, but
Yep.
I
And
would want to see the EXP matchup though. Like, come on, there's Arlet possibly on the gold.
And yep, and looking at the draft so far, the first phase, they've exactly mirrored the draft completely. It's the
Yes.
EXP, Rome, and the jungle being picked up. And if you look at the draft wise, you have the Lapu and Kalia who go in for like a more bruiser, constant brawl kind of like the Lapu is the bruiser, while the Arlott goes for the set. They're kind of going in different playstyles. But on the other end, the Kalia is the setter, while the Hilda is the bruiser. So, you have two play teams filling different roles but having a similar kind of play style. You're just gonna have who's gonna be the actual initiator is a different game. And okay. Gold lane Thamus, possibly.
Oh,
Gold lane Thamus?
okay. This is
Gold lane
quite.
Thamus or Gold lane Arlott. But either way, that pick of that Lunox pick is gonna give so much value against Godlike's draft. But They have to
Oh,
ensure that she can scale up, because if that Lunox can scale up, it is free real estate for the side of Nexcon. But on the other end, they did end the draft with bid on his signature Valentina. So he has the Lance's Phantom Execution if he wants to, immune something. If he wants to, he also has the Order of the Brilliance. And the most important is that he can give sets for his teams. So apart from the final slash, they also have Kalia's ult to go in and out of fights.
interestingly enough, we do have our draft into our hands, and let's see what map will we land
Broken
on.
walls, broken walls.
What
Please
is
give me
it?
broken walls.
Oh,
Yes, it's broken
let's
walls. Let's
go.
go. That is the perfect. That's the perfect draft, man. That's the perfect pick right now.
Let's see, into the land of dawn. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching the Godlike versus Team Next Gone. Now, these players are not new to the game, so both the teams. Let's see who takes up a win and moves up at the leaderboard.
And with that, the game is underway. And Peachy, who do you think is gonna be getting that first turtle?
First turtle. I guess Team Godlike do have. Look at that. YS is already getting like a three-man protection right there. Lunox might be in jeopardy, but again, they are trying to play it safe as much as possible.
Yep, and so far I think both teams are just trying to get a read on what they want to do. They're just gonna hold on, play it a little safe. They're just gonna read each other out. Whereas Thanos, I mean that's the constant story of the EXP. They're always fighting. They're always beefing. They're just having a gala time on the top. Not really worried about anything else that's happening in any other situation. But okay, Thanos making an early rotation, and because he has that lane domination, he can pop out at really unexpected times. And if they can bait out those skills in the early game, if they can bait out flickers, that's going to be really good for them in uh the upcoming turtle fight.
Right before the turtle, that's going to be a plus. But let's see as of now what will happen. No first blood on to the other side. We might be looking at the first blood, but Art quite aggressive,
Oh,
looking quite low. He
Phantom
gets
execution.
out.
There's the dash, puncture left and right, and he walks out. Win with the first kill, setting the tempo of the game. 2 minutes in, they do get the kill onto Art, but they've used up all their resources. The Lance is popped down very low. While he still has the retribution, he will be going in for the can play. Can he go in on time? Who gets it? It's actually going to be Greed from Nexgon, who's going to be getting themselves that kill, that turtle, while Romcom still in the fight. Win is going to be chasing him down. He has the puncture, but Art gets a kill off cam onto Damslet. There's the Phantom Executioners. Win gets the kill onto Romcom. 2 kills for the Lancelot, and that's not good news for Godlike. That's anything but good news when it's everything Nexgon and supporters want to hear.
Quick decisions coming in from Vin, which is really looking good. He did score up quite a few in his hands, which will be having a bit of a chance on his head. But wait a minute, Fate though tries to give up a set.
Oh, Fate. He's so low, and that's not the play you want to make. But right now, Van will get a sneaky kill off deck. Will he be able to dash out in time? No, he will not. As CC with the curtain call and the yo-yo blitz will be taking away that kill. 5-2. The early game completely in favor of Nexcon. As they're gonna go in for the invade, they take away with the retribution. Art did try his best to zone them away, but what are you gonna do against a Fed Lancelot in the early game?
Oh, that's true though. High mobility really works very well now. It kind of tones or to the tempo during the mid game to the late game. So as of now, very early into the game, first turtle done. Wait a minute. Oh, Greed.
Oh, Art again gets taken out by the Nox. The last hit of the Chaos Form skill 2 is gonna be taking away that kill. 6-2. The scoreboard. Surprising, the goal lead is not that much shifting because they're not able to capitalize on objectives despite taking away the turtle, despite having kills. It's not really reflecting in terms of their economy because the gold fields have not really been dented just yet. So you know, Godlike, while they have, no control in terms of the map right now. Look at that. There's a Romcom going in. He uses up the ult. CC caught in a little too deep. Wan will get the kill onto Greed. Will they be going in for some more? Fate gets the kill, but Win gets the killing spree onto Art. But they have lost both their frontliner and their mage. So their mid trio only has Win left alone. Oh, Win nearly gets taken out. They're gonna get Fate into the turret. Will they go in for the kill? He's going in onto Fate. Will the curtain call collapse? It will not target their member. It's only going to be going on to Bid. He's going in very deep, uses up the vengeance. Wan gets the turtle. And with that, Godlike will find themselves back, turning this comeback slowly but surely. They will get that turtle.
That was highly unexpected from Piaz, given the fact that he did have an HP on the Yo-Yo Blitz, but down onto the top lane, he did get a kill right there. A bit of a lot going around the map now. CC is gonna be a bit annoying, going to be problematic for the side of Team Godlike, but Art though trying to dodge it away, unable to do so, will have to go down. As of now, Team Nextgon have picked up the lead. Look at them, 9 kills already gathered up, and I do believe they have actually gathered as much as possible, gold for the early game, and they are all set for it.
And that's a pretty good start for them, because I think both sides really don't have much of an issue with their draft. A very well rounded off draft. It's going to be completely up to how well they execute what they have on the table, because they have brought their dishes to the table, but now it's how they plate it, how they present it, and how they execute it together to give themselves the results they need. They have late game in terms of Van. Their opponents have Damslet. Nextcon has Zone. They have Art, while Godlike has Art. But there, speaking of Fate, gets caught out by Greed. The Kalia is gonna bring the waves in their favor. The tide shifting in their favor. Right now, that bush looking very, very dangerous. But Bid is gonna show away that vision a little too early, but they still don't know that Van is there. But they're gonna walk away from that possible death bush. Big flicker coming in. Cheese read that engage really well. He did not overstay his welcome, backed off immediately.
They're waiting. They're just waiting. They're trying to look for the time, but as of now, trying to go in for the Kalea, who's all alone, but will be joined by the team now. Van a bit, has to make sure they, both the sides are really trying to make sure that they have the total onto the sides. But wrong.
Oh no! Romcom gets caught down very low, but there's the ult Fate with the Gute set on Damslet. They also get the kill on Greed, and that's all they need. They have no one to melt their tank. They're chasing down Wan, but the Lapu will not have enough dashes. The Brighter is definitely the bravest of them all. Win searching for something, puncturing left and right. Bid uses up the ult off Greed onto Cheese, and Cheese will fall, grated away, and sent back to base. The scoreboard turning away in favor of Godlike. They will be getting away that turtle. Oh, the turtle got reset. Man was a little too low, didn't want to bite off more than he could chew. And there it is. Second turtle in the favor of Godlike.
Looks like Team Godlike did get that turtle onto their hands finally, but they are trying to play it all together. I love how 3 members of the same team are at the, waiting at the bush, but as of now, let's look at what we have in our hands. CC with a very early rotation, and compared to Romcom, that means Team Nextgon really want to go up for a fight. What is it going to be?
Okay.
They go in deep once again. Fate gets the kill on to the CC, and this is not looking good. There's the Chaos Assault going to be used up, but he does not have the Brilliance form. He does manage to get it just in time, escaping back to safety. And with that, the river control and lane control has been wrested away from their opponents, as Godlike now finds themselves being the oppressors in that mid lane siege, and they will get that turret from their opponents. Okay. Win gets shredded down really low, but punctures back to safety. That one opposing minion will bring him the dashes he needs to go back to his base. But really not looking good right now. That every single bush on the bot side has been scouted out, and Godlike is there to give anyone the you know the support they need. Because even if Nextcon goes and commits on to Romcom who's solo, they will just steal away bot side.
Like in theory, they do have the damage to actually go in. Okay, wait a minute.
Oh, Greed once again. They're still going in for fights. There's Order of Brilliance used up once again. Very early Fate diving in, dashing out left and right. He's just so good with it. Phantom Execution catches on to 4, but it's not enough. Win caught out in the midst of it all. Shut down finally, and Greed will follow. Not too far. Scoreboard is 10 and 10, but the map control 10 by 10 in favor of Godlike.
This is what I was talking about. Team got like the game's tempo will be shot down during mid to the late game. Art will be taken down. Damn, Philip in danger as of now, but will be get out. But oh wait a minute, Romcom looking quite low though. Cheese takes it away. This is a bit of an overextension coming up from God like this time around though.
Yeah, man, not at all looking good. But with the way the situation is going so far, they have somehow managed to wrest away river control. But Van is not too far. While with that loss in Romcom, they don't have the front line needed to bait them out. But damn Slip does not pay attention while Win gets the Lord. They're gonna commit. They're gonna take out Van. They're gonna chase down Fate. Will they get the target they need? They're gonna leave out Fate. They're gonna try to protect their own EXP lane while Fate will dash in with the killing spree. CC chasing their opponents down. Win back inside, shut down onto Fate. They're gonna chase down Bait, make it 2. Can they get 3? Not before Art gets the kill onto CC. Win searching for dashes is gonna miss that puncture, and that is all she wrote. 15 and 14 is the scoreboard. They do have the Lord, and Nextcon is looking for that comeback.
Neck to neck situation is there right here from both the teams, which is really looking good. Look at them. Nextcon really don't want to go out with a loss onto their hands right there at this point of the match, so which is really good to see. But on to the other hand, they have to wait it out because the lane synchronization is much more needed. They need to make sure they are taking down those turrets with the Lotto, but into the middle lane.
Oh, Art, no! I think they're just trying to, they know the mid lane is gone anyway, so just like let us put all our attention of Nextcon onto the mid side. So Van and Bid can take away that Lord safely, chip it down. They don't want their inhibitors to be sieged in any circumstance, and that's actually a really good job they've done. That mid turret was gone anyway, regardless of what they did.
Yeah.
So they traded away Art, and they ensured none of the other turrets were gonna fall. And that's a really good macro play coming in. But Peachy, what do you think about the itemization?
Ooh, item wise, Alapo did went for a bit of a mix and match of every small item. I do believe he has to get over with his items as quickly as possible. Maybe going towards a bit little tanky, but Kalia though.
Oh, Art! The CC gets the kill once again. The curtain call is gonna bring the curtains down on their opponents. Oh, big set coming in. Van gets the double kill. Can he go for the third? Yes, he does. He gets the Maniac. It's only Win against the world, being slowed down by the YSS. Can he get the Savage? He's searching for it. He's hungry for it. But it is not enough. Win a little too sneaky, a little too fast to chase down, and the Lancelot will make his way back to base. But it's only him against the rest of the world. It's for all 5 members standing strong, and they will siege down the inhibitors. His members not far behind. Cheese is back, along with the rest of the members coming in. Oh, Win gets spotted out, but the dash has been used up by Van, and it's only the retribution used up as a warning.
Team Godlike they just don't care if Art falls down because they do have a backup of Arlet right there onto them, so they are very
mid inhibitor, so we know that's where the Lord's gonna be marching out. And as we speak, there it is, the Lord, the secret Lord marching in with the waves in his favor. Will Godlike get the end they need, or can Nextcon pull off an upset?
Ooh, let's see. Team Godlike are spread out as of now. They're trying to get the synchronization of minions as soon as possible. But here we go. The sideline, the sidetracked of the Lord, which is really looking good from the side of Team Nextcon. They cannot let that Lord go near. But Kalea, though, picks up one.
Oh, they do get the shutdown on man, and that's all they need. They don't have any late game left. Godlike is not looking in a good position right now. Cheese is there getting caught out by Bid and Romcom. He will fall unless Win and Team are there, but it's not enough. Romcom too tanky to be denied. Flicker baited out. Damslet gets back. Win is trying to zone them away, but look at the siege potential. Look at the harass. Look at the poke, and eventually Greed will fall. Slowed down, cannot be.
Oh no!
He's not finding a way, but Damslet is gone. And with that, they have no one to kill the tanks. They have to clear the minions as soon as possible. Win puncturing away left and right. They're holding on this wave, but there are three more crashing. The mid is going to be the first with the fastest lane coming in. They need to buy time. They need to get bid. They need to do something as a final slash is going to be used up once again. Win and the minions, they will get their members back. And the defense is successful. Without Van, they don't have the range DPS they need to hold
That's true.
on. They don't have the DPS.
That's true. They do need that opening right there along with one. Despite three waves crashing down almost simultaneously, they did not get it. As of now, no inhibitor onto the side of Team Nightcon. That means it's going to be a danger if they don't look up after their lanes. So the lane pressure is quite high onto their hands. But at the same time, Team God, like, they do have a bit of a pressure of protecting Win though.
And dude, it's already the 17-minute mark. I mean, Nexcon is doing such a good job with the base defense. They mark them so well. Okay, Romcom's ultimate gets baited out. The Cotterant Inferno is so ready. Romcom is so ready for a brawl. He's always ready. He's there to just be a damage sink. He just wants to attract attention. Him and Art are doing exactly that. While they let Fate weave in and around out of the battlefield with his dashes, final slash and bait out the Lunox's ult. And yeah, Bid also has copied Lunox's ult right now. With I'm you, Van gets the Lord. They're gonna go in onto the set. There is
Rom
Van caught alone. There, oh, beautiful wind of nature bait. Godlike secures 2 forge points for themselves.
Damn, what a match that we have just witnessed. Like, there was a bit of a push and pull, despite both of the drops being good. As you guys know, this is Mobile Legends 5v5, and at Realms of Rivals, we got the first winner of the match number 5. Now, God like did exceptionally well along with the Lord, though this time around we did see a bit of minion getting synchronized very well along with them trying to mark down those main damage dealers, which worked down very well. So curious to know who picks up the MVP. Is it going to be Van?
You know what? It might be Van, but I really feel the actual MVP should be Fate, man. He was
Oh,
single-handedly breaking down that formation, the front to back formation that Nexcon was running. Because if it was not for Fate constantly baiting out the ult of the Lunox, constantly stopping Greed from giving good sets. Because every single time Greed gave a good set and Nexcon wanted to follow up, that final slash was stopping them from overcommitting because they were just so afraid of the potential it could bring. Because you do not want to be brought near a Thamus. That's the last thing you want to do. So in I am voting for Fate, but yeah, it could be Van or Fate either way. Art kind of ended up dying a little too much in the mid game. It could also be Bid because I don't think he really fell too many times. I think he died only twice throughout the match.
oh, and also let's not forget that Bid was also there as the backup. Like his damage it was shining through, but was not there as much as I have expected right there. He was there along with Fate, giving up a bit of scouting as well. So that really played out very well onto the mid as well. You just seen him clearing lanes as quickly as possible right from the early minutes. That was quite important as a mage. You want to just clear up your lanes, try to go get a a lap around the top or the bot very quickly.
And yup, and really convincing result coming in. And it was a really good match to watch. I think all of us had a lot of I really enjoyed casting that game, and I'm sure the viewers loved watching that game because
It was neck and neck until the very end. Miraculous base defenses, amazing sets, amazing turnarounds, and the highlight maniac from Van. He nearly got that savage if it wasn't for Win being the only one left.
He ran
So I guess
away
Van.
as quickly as possible.
Yup, and there it is, our MVP. It is Bid actually. He didn't die, like I said, he did not die enough. 5, 2, and 16. He was there in every single fight possible, making his mark, baiting out skills, being a menace, constantly baiting out Damslet on that Lunox. And there it is. We have our MVP Bid time and time again, showing why he is the standard in the mid lane.
That's true. 5-2-16. The assist really calls in for how he was there that, in the match, or into the team fights, making sure his team would be getting enough on their hands so that they won't be out of their way. So that's a very good MVP coming in with kill percentage coming up as 25%. That also works. As a Valentina, that's more than enough.
It definitely is. It is more than enough what he did.
So let's see what's going to be the result. As you guys know, it's a best of one series, and the team Nextcon will be at the lower side of the leaderboard as of now, unless they come up with another wins under the next match. So as of now, okay, so far looking good. It's an 18-minute game.
And looking at the score, these are the bans actually that we're seeing, not the what the players used up. And Nexcon had a good performance, but it was just not enough at the end of the day. The Lapu was not finding his mark, constantly interrupted by the Arlot and Fate on that Arlot and Art just being menaces, kind of slowing them down as much as possible.
Yep. Alert. I think them team got like deploying an alert was the main thing that they wanted it onto the goal lane as quickly as possible. It's quite surprising to see Fate or onto the EXP, as we already know that he does play those kind of heroes a lot, but again it was a bit of a surprise to me that he's actually good at it. So with that, this is the drift leaderboard, guys. Looks like we do have MC3M with 2 forge points. This is like the first half.
Yeah. These guys already made their way into zone 2 with that first convincing win, while all the other players have either not. It's actually two teams which have not played a match yet. All the others, apart from these elusive five, have will be stuck in zone 1 with one rift point to the name. And once again, viewers, time and time again, I'll have to remind you, with 5 forge points, you secure a slot into the finals. And each time you enter a zone, a different zone, you only play with members from that zone. So, with that being said, it's only Revelation versus Yama Esports that's going to be coming up next. That is another really hyped up game that we're going to be watching. And Nextcon facing their first rift, they can only afford two more losses before they will have to bid adieu to the realm of rivals.
Let's see what's going to be happen. So viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the next match as quickly as possible. So let's take a short break and we'll be right back. And with that, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching the Realm of Rivals, and back again with another match. Now, this match is going another interesting match that we will be looking at. It's going to be Team Revelation versus Team Yama Esports. As usual, this is Peachy and Baldudu coming up, and let's see. Slowly, shortly, we'll shortly going towards the draft. As of now, the teams that who has qualified for the leaderboards have already played. That means this one match would be, the match that will be knowing that which team will be sitting the side of winning, go on to the zone one, and which side will be not sitting at the zone one. So with that, the draft is on. We are back again. Now let's see what will be the ban though. I am surprised to see onto the last match that we did not get any Grok ban this time around. Maybe or maybe not. Let's see, let's see. I am kind of anticipating a Grok match though. Could be a good matchup, could be not. But on to the other hand, we get Sora banned off. Sora being one of the newest addition heroes, and every match is gonna get banned up unless it just slips off your mind, because I don't see any other reason that why you won't be banning up a Sora. But on to the other side, Team Revelation doing their homework. They ban off Redrin. Quite an interesting heavy HP bands coming up. Do they want to go in for a bit of a marksman strategy coming in? I'm not sure about that, but only time will tell. So let's wait and watch.
Yup, and looking at the bans, I mean, we all know Raran has a penchant for going in for tank jungles. Like he likes the Fred, he likes the Bakshia. So I think their opponents are gonna try to limit those options. At the same time, Viol has a preference for more of controlling mages, because that's the kind of comp that Yama Esports tries to run with. So with that being, they will try to probably restrict that. They do take out the Hilda, because Hilda is literally the meta right now. It's what's working best, and on the other end they're going to be taking out the Joy and the Gato. So with that being said, Yama is going to be completing their first phase of their bans. They take out that Sora, who has a flex pick potential, along with a jungler and a roamer. Pretty standard coming in. Their opponents on the other hand, surprisingly, they take out, is that Phoveus? If I'm not wrong, I think that's the Phoveus. Yeah,
Yes.
the Phoveus is going to be taken out. So they're opening up options for a possible Fanny, the Lancelot, the Joy, maybe even the Martis, because those are a lot of dashes, or a possible Harith pick. And with the first pick for Yama Esports, they're going to be picking up that Kalia. I mean, that's a pretty early Kalia coming in, but that's what they're going to go with. So that's going to be two picks that their opponents can respond with. The Zhujian Open, the Yve Open, the Lapu Open, and yep, there it is, the Zhujian and the Lapu. Like I said, they're going to be picked up, snatched away before Yama Esports can get their hands on them.
But with the solution, I do feel like Team Revolution are doing a bit of a gamble right there. It's a good pick though. She did receive a bit of a nerf on her hands that she can't pick up the same member that she has just picked up. So that's going to be a bit of a problematic, I feel, in my opinion. So I don't want to see how they will be tackling around. Let's not forget Willow as well though. I do remember him. He was playing in some different team for very long ago. So Mage being his main route, so he may be like going in with the Zushin very good at this rate. So let's see. Back again to the banning phase very quickly. I mean, the members are just not, waiting up for, thinking around. They know what they're gonna pick for this best of one series.
So yup, and with that, Rarin, like I said, he loves those tank picks, and he will be going for his Bakshia. He really likes that Bakshia. And they want to ensure that the Bakshia and the Kalia do not get countered out too quick. So they're gonna round off their draft with that Lunox in the mid lane. And we have been seeing a few times the Lunox does go into the gold, but she just does not have the impact in that gold lane. She takes too long to scale and too long to rotate, because she's not that much of a mobile hero. She's better in team fights because that's where she's best suited. And now we're heading into the second phase of the bans. Yama was probably expecting that this Borg could flex pick into the gold or the EXP lane. So
Yeah.
they might be going. So they might be, they didn't want to take that risk and take out the Yi Sun Shin. They don't want any more late game options. They're going to deny all the late game options that their opponents have. Once again, the Claude is also taken out. Yama is really, really cooking with this draft right now, while their opponents trying to restrict the options that Abyss will be having in the EXP lane. But they have left the Yuzong open,
Oh,
which is why would you leave Abyss's Yuzong?
that's true.
And they've also banned out the Phoveus. Like Phoveus is his favorite pick. I mean, he just does so well on the Phoveus, but you've taken out his Phoveus, which is the only reasonable counter apart from CC to the Yuzong, and you have left it open for him. And uh, you know, I'm really not sure. Okay, carry is going to be picked up. They have carry and Borg right now. So that's two picks they can use to shred away these tanks, because carry gets online pretty quick with the new light wheels patch, and with the fact that the fighter emblem system has been revamped, she can sustain in lane longer because the spell vamp has been altered onto hybrid lifesteal.
Oh, now again, I was expecting a carry to be coming in, as I mentioned like few minutes ago, that we might be looking at a marksman coming in rather than a EXP. And here we go. As you were talking about it, Boldudo, we did get a Yuzhong. Now, along with the Yuzhong, there is a Moscow though. Moscow, highly unexpected marksman right here. It's going to take a bit of a time though to come up with the damage. But what are they going to do? I guess this is going to be they will be needing a good amount of backup for the Moscow as much as possible.
But dude, that Moscow pick, man, ah, that's gonna be really, really good because they don't really have someone who can catch on to the Moscow. While there's a Tigreal, the Moscow is not gonna be showing himself that easily. And he could just go in for a Purify if needed. Because the only people who can catch that Moscow are maybe a really good Last Insanity that's gonna be fueled with a Ice Retribution, so that he needs the movement speed to catch on, or a really, really good Implosion set, or Lapu with a perfect stun. So
Yep.
it's going to be very hard to catch off any of these players. I mean, reasonably, the only people they can really collapse onto are those first two picks of Yama. That is, that Kalia and that Raren pick, that Bakshia pick. The other three picks are just so elusive. Really, really rounded off drafts on both sides. But the question is, who is going to edge out in the Land of Dawn, and what map are we going to be going to? Is it the Flying Clouds? Is it the Broken Walls? Ooh, it's the Dangerous Grass. And I
Well,
think that is really, really good for them. That Dangerous Grass is going to give a lot more options for the Lunox to go in with those Ruby DD plays.
and also, let's not forget, it's a favorite map for the Tigreal players. They really picked it out very, brilliantly. And this is okay into the mid lane, a bit of early clearance coming in from Auto as quickly as possible. Now, they are not going in for a bit of a rotation, which is surprising.
And both teams are just going to be taking their own jungle patches. They're going to hold on, just going to relax. And Dark over there, obviously, in the early game, the Yuzong is going to have a better option against Simon. So we're going to see how the first turtle plays off. But in the mid lane, Kalia taking a good chunk of damage, Abyss TZ getting sent back to below half HP. And he will be possibly going in for a few heals before he might recall or might not before the turtle is up.
Oh,
Was-
Simon, though, he's trying to cut off a lot of minions that will be like hindering him not going towards the turtle. That's going to be a bit of a problem. So let's see what they have. The teams, especially Dark, they are all aware that the members might be coming on and below onto the top lane as well. Now let's. Obviously, though, jumps in.
Oh, big set coming in. Willow, Firaga Ama exposed out. He is level 4, but there's a beautiful taunt coming in. The furious dive with the dragon tail allows Viol enough time to burst down the jungler. And with Willow down, that first turtle is going to be completely a free turtle for Raren to chip away with the shield. That shield really annoying. Tortoise was answers also not used up. Toby also gets at level 4 right now. Otto getting chased on to 4. They will get that kill. Can they turn it for some more? There's the immobilized Tigreal bringing them away towards the turret, but there's the Black Dragon form. Simon getting shredded away by the Shah residue as the Black Dragon is hungry and he devours away his opposing lane.
Did you just look at Apastizi really recalling at the enemy near the enemy's base, which is really a good thing. Like I mean, he did want to have a quick recall, and he did it like not getting caught out by the Tigreal. But as of now, looks like we might be getting a fight towards the bottom lane. Both the tanks quite aware that they might be following towards the bottom lane as quickly possible. But again, this is what I was talking about. Being picked up, I don't think they can go in for once again for a Bistizi or for a little bit of a cooldown.
The major issue with the draft of Revelation is that they have only one person who can really give them a set. They don't have options for re-engage because they have to really all in. Whereas on the other side, you have the Black Dragon, which can be used up defensively and also as a re-engage. The Kalia can go in and go out of fights. The same with the Lunox. They just have more options in the fight. And when you have more options, you can take more decisions. You can try different kinds of stances. Even if you're losing this fight, you can back out. But that option is not there for their opponents. But right now, Abyss jumping onto Jungkook. Raren is going in with that shield unity, not gonna collapse onto the jungler, onto the tank just yet. He knows Jungkook has his implosion, and it's still 15 to 20 seconds to the to the turtle spawn. But right now, Viol getting caught out, uses up the Order of Brilliance. They're gonna chase down out to Abyss TZ, but he's gonna jump back to safety as Otto forced to use up the ultimate, and he will not recall because the turtle is up once again. Neo has to join that fight soon as Abyss and Raren completely shredding away that turtle. Willow going in for the fight. Abyss gets the kill onto Jungkook. Last insanity. Who's gonna get that turtle? It's gonna be Willow with a beautiful retribution, but he will fall, taken down. Viol picks up those Sky Piercer stacks left and right. 20 stacks in his favor with that double kill. They're going in for the invade. Raren steals away the blue. They might have lost the turtle, but they won that team fight hands down. 6-0 in favor of Yama Esports.
Oh my goodness, they have been taking kills on kills onto their side, which is really looking good. I really love the synergy between Anastasia and Viol coming in. They just make sure to be all together now, pulling away resources from uh, uh, very own Neo. But wait a minute, look at that. Looks like Toby might just get that turret, but no, they decide to go back. Now, there is a bit of a, they're just waiting it out for Raren, and there you go.
Once again, they're going to commit onto Otto. And look at Raren. He knows that they can't really melt him in the early game. So he's just zoning away the Zujin from the rest of his members. And without the Zujin to give them the crowd control they need to be in the fight, they're basically just being run out left and right. Implosion play coming in by Jungkook. They're going to catch on Abyss TZ, but he's going to jump out to safety. There's the last insanity going to be used up. Will they be able to get Abyss TZ? Yes, they do. Raren's going to be collapsed onto Toby, caught in the midst of it all. Uses up the Spear of Destruction. Dashes away once again with safety. But Willow will get the kill. But Viol will get a sneaky pick up, but not before he gets shut down by Simon as 3 kills on board. They get the shutdown. Will they get the turrets? Yes, they will. And the comeback has begun for Team Revelation. They have found the gap and they're going to exploit it. Raren going to go in for a false engage, but he has his member Dark is there to give them the backup they need. They're going to collapse onto Neon. They get the kill. Yes, they do. The Shah residue is perfect as Dark and Raren, the impeccable duo from Yama Esports, spelling the death off Neo, but it's not for long as Raren is also going to be taken off with Dark. Simon with the triple kill. Simon says stop, and they did not, and that is all she wrote. The comeback is turning left and right, ladies and gentlemen. This team, both sides, Toby looking in for a sneaky steal, but Willow's retribution will find its mark.
Oh, this is where Team Revelation cracks open the weak point of Team Yama Esports. Look at that, Raran jumps in trying to save the turret unable to do so.
Oh,
He now
Rarin,
is
Rarin
at the
caught too deep.
very
Rarin caught too deep. There is the fire missiles chasing him down left and right. Willow being such a menace, and they will get the kill. The stacks are also adding up on the Zujin. While Viol has been in downtime respawning, Otto has found his tempo with the help of Jungkook and Simon. And someone has to stop Simon because this dude is on form. But Neo falls off once again. They cannot afford to have the late game falling these many times. Dark is trying to sustain against it all, but how long before he gets picked off? Jungkook will get that kill. They use up the Spear of Destruction. Will there be an engage? I think not. And with
well.
that, Peachy, what do you think? Who do you think is winning right now?
Oh, Team Revelation really got the upper hand. They are moving in all together, which I really love. Like, especially Otto, Simon, and Jungkook, they have been all together while Simon picking up those last hits as well. Now, it's working in their favor. They are also letting Neo farm up as quickly as possible. Now, that's going to be a threat for Raren, who's always at their back lanes, especially trying to catch someone off guard, especially Neo or be it Otto, because Otto is such a good threat for the side of Team Yama Esports. So I do believe if Neo picks it up, it is going to be a problem right here.
Yup, and I think what they need to do is actually wait for Toby to really get his final item to really complete that Trinity build for themselves. Because once he gets that DHS, they can actually burst down the members. Because right now, Raran is diving in the backline and buying time, but that time is not enough for them to take down Simon. It's not enough time to take down Jungkook. So they just need to hold on. He's so close to his DHS, just maybe a few hundred gold more. But there's the set coming onto Jungkook. Jungkook looking for the set in response. Black Dragon form used up onto 4. Spear of Destruction will find his mark. Toby's going to join the fight any moment. Jungkook with the implosion set catches 2, but he will fall. Toby is going to get the kill onto Jungkook. Wild gets the kill onto Neo, and they've lost their backline. The backline is gone. It's only Otto versus Viol in the world. Order of Brilliance used up. Simon trying to get the kill on Dark, but Dark is going to sustain onto those minions. He's going in for the fight once again. Abyss TZ is going to shred away Otto with the help of Toby. And with that, they have river control and they will start that Lord. Raran coming in with that shield unity. While he does not have the retribution just yet, neither does Willow. And by the time Willow makes it back, that Lord will definitely disappear. Viol picks up that Lord, and Yama Esports will be looking for that siege in the mid lane.
Okay, so far so looking good for the side of Team Yama Esports. They made sure to take that river area control onto their hands, especially taking down Jungkook first. They know if they make sure to take Jungkook, it's going to be a quite an easy breezy set for them so that they won't be interrupted. Now again, Tigreal quite tanky enough. He's able to soak up those kind of a damage, interrupt them. Wait a minute.
Oh, Dobby with Abyss TZ going in for the ult, but they just know that it's not gonna happen. They try to use up a false engage, used up one ultimate, but we all know Kalia is gonna get that ultimate by the time the Lord marches down. 10 more seconds before the Lord's up. He's gonna crash down onto the top side. Not just yet, they're holding on pretty well. Neo chunking down that Lord as soon as possible, but there it is. 3 members, huge collapse coming in. Simon uses up the ultimate, but it's not gonna connect onto any members. And the mid turret still standing strong for now. They're going to try to hit that turret. Abyss TZ forced to use up the flicker. He expected follow-up from Viol and Toby, but there was a little bit of miscomms over there. And man, they're holding on so well. And from this perspective, you kind of see how difficult it is to actually find an opening in Rev's lineup. I mean, when you
Yeah.
pan the camera this way, you kind of see how well Revelation is kind of stacking up, how well they're like clearing defenses, but they finally get the set. But oh my god, a beautiful 2-man implosion. Order of Brilliance waited out. Toby forced to use up the Purify. They're going in for the engaged Black Dragon form. Abyss TZ will get the shutdown with the help of Viol as he stacks up onto the ever deadly but finally stopped in his place. Simon will fall. The Lapu, the bravest fighter, cannot sustain the damage from Raren putting in the anti-heal stacks. Dark with the Shah residue, Abistizi with the taunt, and Viol with the shred.
Simon very unfortunate in that team fight, but as of now they are trying to migrate as quickly as possible. Now Toby is not being able to, cast his basic attacks as much as possible, given the fact that the ranged hero onto the side of Team Revelation is being very, very menaceful. So I do want to see how Team Yama Esports will be taking back the river area control onto their hands now that the Lord's gonna come in very, very quickly. Now, onto the other note, it's going to be a bit of a enhanced Lord. It's going to be the minions going to be a bit bigger as well. The minion pressure is gonna ride up quite high, but Dark this time around will be spotted out.
But really, man, fighting against Abyss in the river is the worst decision possible because that's just a free buff to Kalia's passive. She's gonna give up a lot more heal, a lot faster cooldowns. Not a good look for them right now. And I mean, the game is still pretty much neck and neck. I mean, turret control wise, while Yama has a little more on top control, but what's happening on top? Toby gets the kill onto Neo. Jungkook left all alone, brought back to his menace as Toby gets the double kill. The Moscow is definitely online right now as Dark and Viol will start away that Lord. They're waiting for Raren to make his way over. The Shield Unity giving them so much mobility as he's going to take down that Lord. And with that, Revelation is facing another Lord Siege within 2 minutes.
Ooh, let's see what will happen. We all know a bit of a problem pulls up the Order of Brilliance state, to be out of the way. Now, if he is down as of now, it's going to be quite a problem given the fact that Abistazy will be needing a bit of a backup on his hand. So I love how the team synchronized all the minions this time around. Look at that, Radan at the top lane. You got Yuzhong, Dark at the bottom lane, and quickly panning over the items as of now. Let's see. Oh,
Oh, Abistizi with the set, but he caught out Jungkook with 3-man as Viol will fall before she can use the Order of Brilliance as Dark gets the kill onto Jungkook and they're gonna go against Toby versus Simon. He flicks out, but Toby is unstoppable. He can't be denied as both the EXP laners fall against their opposing gold laners. Neo takes down Dark as Toby takes down Simon, but Toby will also get that mid tier 2 and break down the Firaga armor of the Borg. Toby right now, man, look at the damage from this marksman. 12.2k gold.
oh my goodness, that's quite a lot of damage right there. Losing 2 for 2, but once again, towards the itemization, most of the members are already done as much onto their hands. I really love that a bit of a hammer is there onto the hands of Simon. I feel like that really secured him that those triple kill quite early on into the game.
And Otto picks up the Blood Wings for himself. He's going to have a little more mobility. And when that shield breaks, he gets that additional boost to reposition himself, which is really necessary considering you're facing an Ice Retry Bakshia who just drops slow after slow. An absolute menace to handle. But Jungkook with a 3-man set, they've caught on all of them. Radan was nowhere to be found. They did not expect an engage this early. Will Viol be able to use up the brilliance in time? No, he will not as Willow gets the kill. Who is the fight turning in favor of? They've lost out Toby and Viol. They will not have the damage output they need. Shield Unity interrupted as Radan forced to use up the Winter Crown. He's only buying a few more seconds of time. It's only Dark and Abistizi against the world. Will the Firaga armor, the last insanity does not connect, and they're still buying so much time. But Otto will be taking down Dark. They bait out Willow's Firaga armor. Abyss buying so much time for his teammates,
No.
and he
Oh.
just might get them that kill. Yes, he done! Toby with the Spear of Destruction going in 1 versus 4, baits out the bravest fighter, will nearly get the kill on Otto. Can he do so? Yes, he does. The comeback is completely magnificent. Revelation, despite winning that fight, cannot handle the Moscow, and they will lose this Lord once again. Toby, the man, the miracle for Yama Esports, bringing them back from the depths of despair each and every single time.
The spear of destruction really hit them well. Like, come on, 1 HP, that's all it took for them to get back the tempo that they have lost as of now. The Lord's gonna march in from the top lane as quickly as possible. Now here we go, Lord onto the land of Dawn. Now once again we will be looking at the lane synchronization. Toby already in possession along with the bottom lane already cleared out.
And they've synced their waves, they sync their minions. They want to get as many inhibitors as possible. Uh, a really nice lineup that these five members are fielding from the side of Yama Esports. They've already taken on the top side inhibitor. They want to collapse the mid. There's the Shield Unity. Abyss trying to get a set, but he does not catch anything but air as of now. They get the next inhibitor. The base is under trouble. Where is the fight going to go? The last insanity used up. Philo trying to use up the fire missiles. They bring down two members. They do bait out the immortality. Jungkook will fall. It's 1 for 1 so far. They're somehow managing to defend. Order of Brilliance will get this Shy Piercer stacks onto their opponent. Abyss Toby hitting the base. Will they be able to get the end? Yes, they do. Yama Esports use the third Lord to get themselves that victory. And in this best of one, they will prevail over Revelation, giving themselves that 2 forge points needed to bring them into the zone 2.
What a game. What a game that we have just witnessed. Both the sides really made sure to give their best. The draft impeccable. They made sure to get as much as damage onto their hands. Talking about the side of Team Revelation, they let Jungkook die quite a lot. I do wanted to see him trying to, survive that team fights. Making sure to soak up the damage, making sure his sets were very good. Come on, let's be real. He was trying to catch 2 members, 3 members, always off guard with the flicker. He didn't manage to do that, but in that turn, I guess him falling down first was definitely a problem.
For sure, for sure. And man, he's just doing so well. I mean, Toby has been the miracle for them from the start to the end. He has been perfect.
That's true. That's true. I do want to look who's gonna be, placed as the MVP this time, though.
Oh, he definitely has to be the MVP, man. I mean, who else can it be? But I mean, Willow and Side, they really did get that comeback they needed. They just had to go towards the Lord, but they really, really overextended trying to chase out Abyss. Willow lost his Firaga armor twice in that battle, lost his immortality, and finally got chunked down, while Simon had to also tank a lot of damage onto the turret for him. And
Was going to be, but along with that, the result screen as well.
For real. I mean, it was a really, really solid game from both sides. And I really like this this day. This match day has been so productive. It's got us so many insights to how these teams are performing, how well they'll be doing in terms of, into the zone. And we're going to be heading into the MVP screen in just a moment. And there it is. It is Toby, the spear of destiny for Yama Esports. Uncontested MVP, 15.2k gold, Peachy. That's a crazy, crazy number.
A nice way to go with the kill percentage of 38%. That is definitely a lot that we are talking about out of how he was, managing his lane all alone, trying to make sure to get his items as quickly as possible. Again, with the Moscow, you need to make sure you're getting your items. You're making sure that you want to make you're not dying as much as possible as well. So as to get your, I think the last moment where he got a spear of destruction, that was like a turning point for the Moscow.
Yep, and crazy, man. And looking at the rest of the stats, I mean, man, like you could see how well of a game these members have had.
Especially, I think Abyss TZ was instrumental in ensuring that Toby got the early game he needed. And I think one error was that Neo died way too many times. I mean, when the late game arrived, he was not ready. He did not have the items he needed, and he was just getting picked off left and right. Because it would have been a very different situation if Neo had maybe died only 3 times. Like if he got picked off only 3 times rather than 6 he has, we would have been seeing a very, very different scoreboard perhaps, because that carry single-handedly could have ended the game 1v5 if she could have got to her spike before their opponents.
Definitely. I mean, you guys have picked up a carry wants just to make sure to burst down Raren as quickly as possible, or and the possible other members who were tanky as well, especially the Kalia as well. But I guess in a way Neo had to position himself a bit better so that he wouldn't have gotten down as we wanted him to be. But at the same time, Riyama Esports really made sure at the very last moment to pick up that, the point that they were just losing. It was like somewhere like they were just picking it up, they're losing it, they were picking it up, then again they're just like losing it. But at the last, like the very last, they just said, "Ki, no, we are not going to lose it again."
That was fun to watch, man. Overall, viewers, I hope all of you have been satisfied by the quality of gameplay that these teams have brought to you. Yep. And we're going to be taking a final look at the table before we sign off for today. There you have it. These six teams: C3 Meraki, Shadow Esports, Inferno, Arunodaya, Godlike, and Yama. They Yep. And these guys are going to be a zone 2. They've headed into the illustrious zone 2. So they're not going to be facing the members from zone 1 anymore. According to the rules of the Rift Drift, you will be playing only against members from your zone. So we're going to be seeing a very, very action-packed next set of games. And while the other members with Rift 1 point rifts, they're going to be if they suffer 2 more losses, that's 2 more Rift losses, and with 3 Rift points, you will be bowing out of the realm of rivals. You're not a worthy rival for your team as a team. So while the other members, like I said, with 5 Forge points, you will be locked into the semifinals. Your slot is guaranteed. So with the next win, we're going to see, next set of matches, we're going to see which of these zone 2 members are going to be heading on to the zone 3. So, Pichi, what do you think about this system so far? I'm really liking the concept that they've brought in.
Ooh, definitely. Again, come on. This really makes sure that you are, paired up very fairly. Come on. It kind of creates an imbalance when you play it out, winning team versus the team that lost on their first day. So I do want to see the neck-to-neck competition. So that is what Realm of Rivals is all about. So they did make sure to get a new kind of a system, which is definitely an exciting, a new thing that you guys have not seen. So let's see how it will be panning out. It's just the day one. Day one's over. Let's wait for the day number two and let's see what's going to be.
And with that, folks, this is your caster Paul Dudu along with the amazingly talented Peachy. We will be signing off for tonight. This is good night from our end, and we wish all of you some really good sleep because there are going to be a lot more games coming in tomorrow. So stay tuned. We have a lot more action from the coming days.